Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast here today. Better run that intro and get started here for some lazy Sunday gaming. All right. Yo, welcome on in. And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show today. Good to see you. And happy Sunday. Thank you, Lucinda. Lucinda for the 10 months. Welcome to the show today as well.
Wiggle.
H-Days Wiggles to you too. What's up, Dwarf? Welcome to the show today. Good morning. All right, a little bit late today, but we made it. Good to see y'all here today. Welcome in. Yeah, a little bit of Stardew Valley today. We got Silver Blink first in the chat. Okay. When the mods get first in the chat, you know you're doing something right.
H-Day Wiggle, H-Day Wiggle.
All right. Good morning. What's up, Calico? Good to see you today. What's up, Tokyo Chan? Welcome in. Dweeby. Thank you, Marshmelly, for the 51 months. Thank you again, Lucinda, for 10. All right. Welcome in here, Twitch Thomas, as well. A little bit of Stardew Valley here on a Sunday morning. We'll go ahead and we'll back off of this. It's a little bit too much. Hoping for some smooth jazz. It's a little bit too jazzy, a little less smooth. All right. Good morning. Okay. Let's go ahead and dive into some Stardew. Okay. All right. and we'll do that. Hope everyone's feeling good here today. Let's go ahead and dive into some Stardew here this morning. What's up, Starbows? Thank you for 21.
H-Day Wiggle.
I can't check the menu if the game is paused. Okay, I see. All right, sick. What's up, Diva? Good morning. All right.
You made it.
And we'll switch off of this for now. I love lo-fi Leah, but they've been muting my VODs recently and it's annoying. Off the Stardew today. Sick. Never been able to get past year 1. Almost on to year 3. Just got on the bus done in the community center. Can't wait to stream again. Nice. Nice. All right. If anybody's looking to join the community farm today, we're looking for returning farmers this morning. And we'll see what's up with maybe getting some new farmers today as the day goes on. Okay. All right, sent out 3 invites. Can you pause Stardew? Yeah, you can pause Stardew. I mean, you could always pause Stardew. What do you mean? You literally just press the pause button. Stardew's always been pausable. You just mean like this. Yeah, you just press the pause button. Like. What's up, Tens? Welcome in. Just spent all night remaking my island in Fantasy Life. Nice, dude. I was wondering if you were going to dive into that soon. Yeah, you just open up your inventory or something. What's up, NLB Palmer? Good to see you today. Good morning, Ruby. What's up, Ryan Perpetrator? Good to see you as well. What's up, G-Ski? Good morning. Teeny Giraffe, good to see you as well. All right. I'm getting connection failed. Anybody else? It seems like everyone else is having issues as well. Nobody else has joined yet. Yeah, not sure. We'll give it a second and see. All right, we'll try remaking it real quick. Okay, it's going to be a new code. Okay, here you go. New code to you as well. What's up, Odyssey? Good morning, Nisha. I saved that Strangeling dungeon as well, Tens. And somebody gave me a branch for another one, which is sick. What's up, Raina B? All right, still connection issues, huh? Yeah, our farm might have corrupted again. It was a good run. This is what was happening last time when our farm corrupted as well. Give me just 1 second here. All right. Yeah, sorry, I had to take care of something else real quick. Yeah, I'm not sure. This is what happened last time. Last time it all started with people's farms, people not being able to connect. Yo, what's up, Raiders? Welcome in. Yeah, it all started with people not being able to connect. So I'm not sure. I don't know. Like I could like try restarting my computer, but that's like that shuts the whole stream down. So otherwise, let me try restarting the whole game real quick. Mm-mm. Boom, 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 boom. Should we just make a new one? No, no, no. If the farm corrupted again, we'll just move on, unfortunately. Mm-mm-mm. Yo, good morning. Good to see you today, Raiders. Hope you guys had a good time playing Dinkum. What's up, Sophie Dell? Are you by chance still hearing that noise, Leia? Are you listening via headphones, Leia, by chance? Out of curiosity. I think my one mod is busy that was listening for me. You don't think you hear it anymore? Yeah, I didn't think so either. Yeah, we might have pushed it too hard again. We are doing like experimental stuff here, so it makes sense that stuff would corrupt. Here, if you want to try as well, Danny V, I'll send you a code here. Yeah, so I can tell you from my history of playing video games that what's probably happening is like over time, here you go, Tokyo-chan. What's probably happening is that over time, we're just adding more and more and more data into like the game's cache that it has to like remember every time it loads up. And at a certain point, it's just getting too full. Like at a certain point, it's probably just, so that's why it's happening over time. Because right, like as we play the game with 25 people, and as those 25 people keep adding to what's going on, it's slowly but surely kind of breaking down the structure of the game. Essentially, after a while, it has to try to load too much ideas, too many contents, too many characters, and it just can't keep up because it's not normally used to having to remember 25 save files, right? So as those save files evolve, as those save files, you're right, like that's essentially what happens. So like that's why it's not happening like right away. That's what, like last time it eventually corrupted. I think it's because of that. Yeah. We almost made it a whole year though. Yeah. Rip, man. Rip to our community farm. It has to be that it corrupted. I don't think anything changed. So there's a way we can test this really quick though. Just for science sake here. Let's see. I don't know if I have any other save files that have cabins on them or not. So this is the first community farm. Yeah, here, I'll make a new save really quick. So this is how we can just like super quick test. We'll just make a new save real quick and we'll see if people can connect. And if you guys can connect, then it's obviously the other save file. Oh, you know what? I didn't start with a certain amount of cabins, did I? Let me go again real quick. Okay. Invite only. Show invite code. All right, here's the code. Yeah, if somebody wants to try to connect just to see, somebody who was having an issue connecting to the last save file. Good morning. What's up, WPC? What's up, Mojo Jojo? Ah, yeah, Mojo Jojo. Unnamed farmhand is joined. Yep, there it is. Dang, dude. That's super unfortunate. We lost our save file again. Now, I might be able to look into it and try to save it. I don't really know how that would work. We talked about the same thing last time. There might be some way to like uncorrupt it or something. But yeah, it's for sure gone. It was a good run though. We went about 5 episodes. It was a good run though. We're gonna have to lower it from 25 down to 20 and try again one day, or maybe lower it down to 15 and try again one day. But yeah, for now that's a wrap. Roll back the save data. I don't know how to do any of that. It's not like I had backup saves or anything. I wasn't backing up the save, unfortunately. At least I don't think I was. I don't know if it's like it does that automatically. What's up, Bookworm? Ugh. I think the new version does have automatic save backups. Stardew does it automatically. Yeah, but then, so like how would that work? How far back would we have to go, right? Stardew itself has 2 saves, current and 1 day back. Because in all reality, if this happened, it's going to happen again. So the way I see it is, I don't know if it matters if we go to an old save or not. You know what I mean? Like if it's happening now, it's gonna happen again. I don't know if it matters if we. Yeah, true. Uninstall and reinstall? No. The game it's working on other save files, so it's nothing like that. That's why we just went and checked. Because the game is still working on other save files, which so clearly it means it's only this one save file that has a problem. Yeah, it has nothing to do with my copy of Stardew. Stardew's fine. It's obviously just this save file. Ended up playing 12 hours of Fantasy Life since we talked. I'm a level 40 miner and I'm still digging. Yo, what's up, Yunky? How you doing, dude? I played a little bit last night myself, and I did everything I needed to do to become a master. Hunter? But I wanted to save it for stream, so I didn't do it. Is it under data? I'm in the Steam apps folder. Where do I find the saves? I don't remember. Steam apps content. Oh no, it's app % data. percent app data. That's where I need to be. Boom, 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 boom. Man, adding OneDrive to my computer might have been the worst thing I ever did. And you know, so many people warn you not to use OneDrive because it like changes the structure and folders of your computer. Man, OneDrive sucks. It like moves stuff around. So like where your normal app data folder is, it's not where it normally is. If you're not a tech head, you might not fully get what I'm saying, but like OneDrive like creates a whole secondary set of folders just for OneDrive, but your computer directs to them first. It's like real weird, dude. I hate it, man. Dude, ever since I started using OneDrive, it's really just so inconvenient, man. Like for example, I pulled up percent app data and it didn't take me anywhere. It took me to an empty folder, which is certainly not how that should have worked. Yeah, you never know where something is saved, right? Yeah, aren't the Stardew saves in app data? Aren't they in percent app data, right? I can't find them because it's not bringing up the right app data folder. It's bringing up some random app data folder in OneDrive. Okay, no, I found it. I got it. We're good. Saves. Community farm 517. Community and then community old. Save game info and then save game info old, right? So I want to delete save game info or rename it to backup. And then I want to rename save game info underscore old to just save game info. All right. And then let me do the same thing with the other one. Rename underscore backup and then rename old. Oh. And chat, no worries. I'm not actually asking for help. I'm a streamer and I just talk about whatever I'm doing. Thank you for those of you who are trying to help, but just sit back and enjoy the show. I apologize for the goofy content here this morning. Empanada. Yo, what's up, Princess Frosty? Hey. Okay. So this would have been the 1 day before. This would have been 1 day before when we actually ended last. Is what this would have been right here. All right, let's check. Let's see if it works. Like I said, unfortunately, this is just a band-aid. And we're gonna get all excited, and if it's gonna work, we're gonna be able to play today. But then like it's just gonna corrupt the next time. So if this does work, we're calling this the final episode. So hopefully it works so we can play today, because that was the plan. I know I got people excited to play today. So hopefully this works, but if this works, no matter what, this is the final episode of this farm if this does work. Like, because there's just no other way to go about it. Like, we're not gonna get ourselves excited just for corruption again in the future. You know what I mean? Like, so like, just to be clear, if this does work, this will be the final episode of this farm, because corruption is inevitable with this 25 player save stuff that we're doing. It's obvious that corruption is inevitable. All right, sending out codes again here. How are you doing? What island is this in Fantasy Life? What's up, ADN? I'm doing well today. How are you, buddy? Failed to connect. Save file corrupted. Yeah, well, so this is what we'll do. So this is what we'll do in the future. For now, what I think I'll do is I'm just gonna have to get a dedicated few. And we're gonna just have to lock in with like a dedicated few, maybe. So maybe we'll have like 8 people. That's what the game is supposed to naturally use nowadays. And we just get 8 people that are like dedicated Stardew Valleyers that have the time to show up, you know, and maybe not miss more than an episode or 2. And then we just jam out. Yeah. And we already had a dedicated few. We had a dedicated about 15 people. We had like a dedicated 15 people or so that were coming back every episode. Tokyo-chan, Danny, Alto, Lucinda, Castaway was attempting to show up every episode. So like, yeah, like we had a dedicated few. I wasn't even looking to add any more farmers to the farm. That's how dedicated we had of a crew. Mil Imperio. So we had like, we were locked in. Like we had the 25 people for the most part. So like, yeah, it's unfortunate, dude. Yeah, Fantasy Life is super addicting, I know. Yeah, it's super unfortunate. We lost our community farm, man. Dang, dude. Corruption strikes again. What's up, Coolin? Big Sag. Yeah, Big Sag for sure. 25 players I thought would be okay, but we have to try 15 or just go back to 8. Actually, Mega Sag. All right, let me change my titles and stuff so we can pivot here. Guess you always have to be ready to pivot. I tell you right now, I was not ready to pivot this morning. I was ready to pivot back into bed, not my content. So there's that. Okay, I need to load up my Switch. We need to dust off the Switch after a week of Fantasy Life. Boom boom. Boom 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 boom. That was beautiful while it lasted. It sure was. It sure was. All right, let's see where our farm was at. You finished the main story of Fantasy Life? Still so much to do? Yeah, dude, you can find my reaction to the end of the story in the Discord, by the way, if you're looking for it. All right, back to the old fishing challenge farm. I said I would play Stardew today, and I'm going to deliver on Stardew content. And that's what we're going to set up here. Day 16 of Winter Year 3. Winter Year 3. Holy heck. Boom, 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 boom. All right, Fishing Challenge Farm, Winter Year 3. We're pivoting to single-player Stardew. Dust off the old Fishing Challenge Farm and see what we can muster up here. Yeah, our community farm broke, dude. Yeah, super Sag. All right, titles are changed. All right, then there was something else I needed to do, but I've lost track. Still waiting on episode 2 of Tears of the Kingdom. Oh yeah, I didn't release that yet, did I? I was so tired yesterday, I just passed out, man. We must investigate later. It was so good. We only mastered 1 life so far, and it was on accident. Got your coffee flowing yet? Yeah, baby. Here, let me go release that for you right now. 1 sec. Since we're already having such a disjointed morning here, we might as well just do this real quick. Episode 2 of Tears of the Kingdom, part 1. There's 4 parts to episode 2 because it was a 24-hour stream. What did we do? We did Dude, no way. I love it when you spell a word perfectly that you do not expect this to spell to spell perfectly. I love when that happens. In this case, it was phenomenon. At first thought, I was like, there's no way I'm gonna spell this right. Ooh, there you go. Episode 2, part 1. Enjoy. What do you do for a living? Your mom! Oh! Got him!
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake?
I do this for a living. I'm a full-time content creator. I have been for 6 years. Yo, good morning, Trippy Unicorn. All right, sick. That's crazy work. Yeah, I've been a full-time creator for 6 years. Well, five and a quarter, but what's up, Daft Chocobo? Good to see you today. All right, if I missed anybody rolling into the stream this morning, don't be afraid to drop a good morning out there. We're settling in for some content finally. We'll just call it a long intro today. Just 40 minutes of nonsense. Sincerely, sorry about the community farm, y'all. One last time. I know it's not my fault, but certainly an unfortunate situation. So let's go ahead and play some Stardew today regardless. And we'll dive into our fishing farm. We haven't had a chance to dive back into our fishing farm here in a little bit. Oh, wait, wrong. There we go. Do 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 do. Day 16. day 16 of winter year 3. So last where we left our fishermen, we started kind of wrapping this playthrough up a little bit. We really have. We've accomplished what we've wanted to accomplish. We have become a fishing master, and we've made millions. In fact, 7.9 million gold off of nothing but fishing and fishing products. In a lot of ways, we have succeeded with our goal of seeing, can the game be played fishing only? We succeeded in our goal, and it's been beautiful. Now, we did have, I keep trying to play fantasy. My fingers keep trying to play fantasy life here. So, we had a goal of trying to get nothing but legendary fish into our fish ponds. That was our final goal, but the game won't give us. Game's super loud. What do you mean? It doesn't seem like it's loud at all. Yeah. Are you sure? I mean, I did turn it down a little bit, but yeah, thanks for saying something. The game seems louder than normal. Really? Weird. I don't. Nothing's changed. Just having all sorts of audio issues today, apparently. I don't have headphones on, so it's hard for me to tell. I took off my headphones today. Yeah, let me know if it's still loud. Are you saying compared to my voice? All right. Game definitely sounds louder than usual. Weird. What a weird thing. Okay, we'll just turn it down. I usually have it a lot higher. Like when in my desktop mixer, it. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. I got it. I fixed it. I know what it is. I got it. We haven't played on our Switch in a while, so monitor only, mute output. Okay, I fixed it. Yeah. Gosh darn it. It's because you guys were hearing it twice, for the record. Monitor only, mute output. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you guys were hearing it twice, so it was doubling. Okay. All right, now we'll turn it back down though. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second though. Okay, yeah, we're good. Why does it sound so loud for me now? Yeah, that's what I thought was going on. Hold on a second. Okay. I think we're good now. It was like extra loud for me. It was like bursting through my speakers. Like it was crazy. Like it was literally bursting through my speakers. So I want to do monitor only, mute output, and then mute it for myself. Okay, we got it. All right, we should be good now, chat room. Let me know. What the heck, man? Should just turn the stream off and go back to bed. So yeah, as I was saying, our final goal here is to try to fill up all these fish ponds with legendary fish, but we've been having super unluck. We've been having super bad luck, unluck, and like we're not getting the quests that we want to get legendary fish. So we've kind of just been playing the game and going through the motions, and hoping that we get the quest that we're looking for. Okay. So we're just kind of doing random queue quests and like working towards perfection in like a lot of ways, even though that wasn't the plan, because we're just kind of biding our time. So hopefully we can get that quest. I'm kind of down to see it through, because I don't think we'll keep having bad luck with getting the quest we're looking for, but it has starting to get to the point to where it's like, well, since we've already kind of pursued our goal, I don't know how much longer we'll play our fishing farm, but I have all the intentions of trying to see through our goal here. All right, nice. No, I never played Echoes of Plum Grove. Heard good things though. All right, back to the dangers of the deep. Let's go. I have to kind of remember how to play this game again because my fingers are fully in fantasy life mode. Did you pre-order a Switch too? Yeah. I get mine on the 6th at some time. Unfortunately, not on the 5th. So we'll be playing we'll be playing on the 6th and on. I unfortunately don't got the release day. I really was hoping to get it, but doesn't seem like it's working out that way. Will the GameCube subscription be available at launch? The GameCube games will be available at launch. 3 of them will. Wind Waker, Soul Calibur, and F-Zero? And then they're gonna trickle feed us the rest of the games, unfortunately. I really don't like the trickle feed method. I really don't like that. It sucks that we have to sit there and wait for games. Just like, especially like with only giving us 3 to start with. You know what I mean? Like, you could have at least given us 10 games to start with, like. But okay, whatever. Yeah, 3 is weak. Yeah, 3 is so weak, dude. It's nothing. Especially somebody like me who's played GameCube my whole life. It's like, I wanted to jump around and like play a bunch of different GameCube games and get all excited. And instead it's like, okay, you gave me 3 of them. Like, I've played all these games. It's like, I don't know. Not that I want to complain though. I'm not much of a complainer. You know, I'll take what I can get. Yo, good morning. Thanks for hitting that daily check-in. Hard to get excited about drip feed of content you've already played. Yeah. So I just have to remember that it's not necessarily just for me who's already played these games, but you know, tons of people out there that have never played GameCube games and could totally be satisfied with those 3 titles for quite a while, right? You know what I mean? Like that's 3 $60 video games that people are going to be able to dive into. It just so happens for me, like, I just played Wind Waker recently in a randomizer. Soul Calibur's cool, but like I'll play it for an hour, you know, maybe a couple hours if the online play works well. And like, I've never been a big F-Zero guy, so I'll probably play that for like an hour. So my hype for the GameCube games is on the low side right now. Now I am real excited to see Wind Waker in one of the most unique ways we're ever going to see it. We're going to get to see Wind Waker basically HD, but it's like the original game, but like higher fidelity. It's going to be one of the most unique ways to ever play Wind Waker. It's going to be pretty cool. So like, I am excited to see how that's going to work, but Stardew music makes you sleepy. That's funny. Actually looking forward to playing Tears of the Kingdom on Switch 2. You didn't stick with it very long. think I'm using my super old Pro Controller on accident instead of my like newer one. Because like there's weird stick drift, but I haven't taken the time to switch it out. Ooh, another frog egg. Nice. Green frog. I hope it gets younger kids who came up in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom to go back. I mean, it'll be definitely easier for people to go back to GameCube than it will be 64. Like if you're a modern gamer and you didn't play old games, going back to play 64 games on the Switch sucked. Because the controls were wonky. It didn't really make sense to use the Switch Pro Controller to play 64 games because you didn't have the D-pad, you didn't have the C buttons, and you had to do weird stuff like hold L and press X for like C up. And it was just super confusing, and it probably just made more people not like Ocarina of Time. It probably just made people who missed out on 64 games not like 64 games more. Because it just did not make any sense. They really did not think that through at all. Whereas GameCube is more modern. So it's the transition of GameCube is going to be like a lot better. GameCube to Switch Pro Controller makes way more sense. So I'm excited because I think people will be able to enjoy GameCube games and all of their crusty glory. Whereas like you had to put some effort in to play the 64 games, dude. You had to like really, really want to see what it was like. We're almost out of cheese. I don't know if we can get 3 floors in an hour in game, but we're certainly going to try. It felt like I had decent luck today, but I don't know. Well, maybe we do. All right, my fingers are remembering how to do the Stardew. Got to overcome the fantasy life. My muscle memory only has room for one game, apparently. Nice. Yo, what's up, Shadow Maiden? Hey, welcome back. I keep trying to run with the right trigger. I keep holding the right trigger to run. Slimes with shades. It's a part of the end game stuff. You can unlock special versions of the mines with special enemies. We never ate our daily meal or anything. Yeah, where's my crab cakes at? What the heck, man? What mine was that? So it's called the danger in the deep mines. So at the end of the game, or towards end game, if you will, you can unlock special versions of the Skull Caverns and special versions of the local mines that are more challenging, and you have a quest to get through the whole mines in 1 week in game. So what you were witnessing is a special version of the mines called the Danger in the Deep Mines, or the Dangerous Mines, if you will. Nice. Quick 100,000. Yeah, so you just have to get to endgame. You have to get to Ginger Island, and then you have to collect 100 golden walnuts, and then you start to get those quests. So it's all like endgame content, which is why a lot of people haven't seen it. Because even though Stardew Valley is such a rich game, there is in fact a lot of people who haven't gotten to like the true endgame of Stardew Valley. You're not alone if you've never seen the content, is what I'm trying to say. You're far from alone. There's a lot of people who have never quite gotten to that point in the game. So as a streamer, I feel like I can say this confidently because I've interacted with a ton of people who are like, what is that? And it's like, oh yeah, dude. There's a lot of room for kind of like extra stuff in content, or as content wise, as far as like your playthroughs in this game. This game has so much that I missed. Yeah, if you're interested in like 100%ing this game, or like getting perfection, that's the best way to see all the content. The best way to see all the content that Stardew has to offer is to look into the perfection stuff. Because on the road to perfection, you will naturally come across like pretty much everything the game has to offer. Yo, what's up, Chell? Oh yeah, we have an auto petter. We can just kind of cruise. Do we have enough room for another duck? I think we do. Let's incubate one. Nice. Get ourselves a new little ducky. And then what we have going on in here, I think we were slowly spreading. We were growing coffee and ancient fruit in here. I'm not sure what we were doing in here. I think we were just doing coffee because we were running out of triple shot espresso. What's up, Mad Feline Hoarder? Welcome to the show today. Happy Sunday. Oh yeah, the sound of harvesting in Stardew. Okay, plant all that stuff. How many felines constitute hoarding? Dang, 4 mixed seeds. Oh, we must be having a bad luck day. Ugh. Then only 1 bag. Yikes. Oh, I forgot we had an iridium scythe in here. We always forget about the scythe. Did I grab my horse? I did not. One, I'm a failed hoarder. Maybe one is hoarding in the terms of cats. And you're just being too hard on yourself. Bam, 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 bam. There are plenty of things out there that only one is enough to constitute hoarding. Like a bag of garbage. If you're holding on to a random bag of trash, that's hoarding. I need to find a lumberjack buddy in FLI. I found one in a shrine in Ginormosia. I don't know what shrine it was though. But if you don't mind looking stuff up, we do have a list in the Discord channel for you to use if you want to find all the strangelings. Just go to the Fantasy Life channel and look in the pins. And it has all the locations of all of the strangelings and where to find them. Because most of them are static spawns. There's only a few of them that are just completely random. I have so many bags of bags. Order. Boom, 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 boom. All right, back to the mines, and then we'll go to the night market when it opens up, I think at 6 p.m. Yo, what up, Sweet D? Good morning. I may, because these trees are rough to chop. Yeah, look it up. It's a bear guy. I don't remember his name, but he was a big burly dude. All right, back to the mines we go. We made it to floor 30. We have to get to floor 120 by the end of the week. And these mines don't let up one little bit. These mines get worse and worse. Here, let's listen to some Mines music. Boom, boom, boom. What's up, Meg? Good to see you today. Need to go buy explosive ammo for my slingshot. Ooh, nice radioactive bar. Radioactive! Oh, I hate how dark these mines are. Ooh, we're about to die. I have 112 hours in the Stardew and I never unlocked the greenhouse. That's funny. There's a lot of people that play this game like that. I met somebody who had 300 hours in Stardew and they never got past year 1. Because they just kept making new save files because they really liked the beginning of the game. And that's just when you know you have a good game on your hands. That you can fulfill the needs of somebody who wants to go through the whole game and 100% it, but you can also fulfill the needs of somebody who just wants to load it up, have a nice casual time being a farmer, and turn the game off again. That's when you know you got something, you got a masterpiece on your hand, you know? Your hands. I can't wait for the local bazaar. What's up? What do you mean? Are you talking about Story of Seasons? Grand Bazaar? Oh. So welcome back, double knockers. I suffer from start overitis. Dude, I can't wait to get through these freaking dark caves. Ay caramba, I hate these caves, dude. They don't usually last too long. A couple floors of this nonsense and we'll be through it. Think we're having a bad luck day? I didn't check, but the rate at which these staircases are spawning is definitely looking bad. All right, we got it. We made it out of there. Now we're into spider floors. Could be worse, but at least we can see what's happening. Spiders and bugs. Yay. I think it's bugs first. Oh, and we can't forget about the hopping mushrooms. Don't forget about those. Cute ghost floors. Yeah, I have a little bit of gingy ale with me. Honestly, a lot of this stuff isn't a match for my trusty wrench. To be fair, like we're doing pretty well for ourselves. Can I get a staircase ever? No, I guess not. Ba-da-da-da, bum, 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 bum. Are you thinking about Fantasy Life I while you're playing? No, no, no. Wash your bedding, chat. Good reminder. At least once a month I try. Yeah, no. I played last night before bed to scratch the itch that I knew I would have this morning. What's up, JD?
You got my first farm going today while I watch.
Ooh, nice. Nice first farm hype. Let's go. All right, we made it to floor 45. Let's go to the night market and enjoy a little bit of night market action. Dude, we're zipping today. We're zip-zowing today. What's up, Alpha? Those jumping spiders are the worst. I know, dude. Yeah, no. I'm a pretty in the moment and present guy. I try to be. Like if I'm doing something, I try to just enjoy what I'm doing. Fantasy Life has been a lot of fun though, for sure. I was thinking about playing this morning before stream, but I couldn't get out of bed. I was too tired. Those are the dangerous minds. It's endgame content. Unlocked through the queue room. No, Pikachu. Pikachu. Gotcha. I should buy this painting. Pikachu. Pikachu. Yo, appreciate the follows. Welcome to the show today. Welcome in, Stardew, fellow Stardew enthusiast. I guess that's an assumption, to be fair.
Pikachu.
Maybe you're just a beard enthusiast. We forgot to clear our inventory out, unfortunately. I'm only finding paladin and minor strangelings. Rough. They're out there. What are you looking for? What's up? What's up, an off day? Having 3 of the same gathering life is broken. I'm gonna go mow the lawn, enjoy the lurk. Yo, thank you for lurking, man. Lurking's is a valued way to support the stream. I really appreciate that. So thank you. Bum, 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 bum. Pikachu song always gets stuck in my head. Yeah, me too. Pikachu, Pikachu. You know, it always makes me think of, wow, 999 copper. Holy heck. We've maxed out copper. It always reminds me of the Bulbasaur episode from season 1 of Pokemon. Anybody remember the Bulbasaur episode? Where they go out, there's like a clearing and the Bulbasaurs are singing a song in the moonlight or something like that. That's what the Pikachu song always makes me think of, the Bulbasaur episode. Well, we'll try to go to the night market again tomorrow. Let's just sleep. All right, nice. Let's actually check our luck so we can see what we're up against. Feeling neutral. Can't wait to hear all the new music in Haunted Chocolatier. Me either, dude. Gonna be the best. Do. Or me too. Whatever. Absolutely cannot wait. That might be my favorite part of waiting for Haunted Chocolatier, is the jams. Because I'm confident I'm gonna enjoy the game. I don't really care what kind of game it is. Like, I'm a very open-minded gamer, so it doesn't matter what the game looks like. It doesn't matter what the game plays like. I think I'm gonna check it out because it's one of my favorite game developers. So that's not what I'm most excited about. Like, that's gonna be cool, and I'm excited about it, but what I'm most excited about is to hear what the music's like. I'm very much a loyal gamer, so if a developer puts out a game that I like, I'm very willing to try out whatever else they do. Whatever other projects they come up with, I'm very willing. I'm the same way with music. Very loyal music head, so if a musician I love decides to completely switch their music up and do something completely different, I'm still gonna jam out and just appreciate it just because it's my favorite artist. I don't care I don't care if they changed up the jams or not. It's fine. I'm down for something fresh. Top 5 bands. I don't know. I listen to a lot of music, so it's more so just what am I listening to right now and less what my favorites are. I'm not really a big favorite picker, which is pretty lame when you're watching a content creator and he doesn't have an answer for you. It happens to me all the time. Yeah, sorry. I'm not a big favorite picker in life. I don't really think about the world that way. I just enjoy stuff. Now, I do have a favorite artist. Don't get me wrong. I just don't do like top 5s and stuff. Ooh, nice. Another Galaxy Soul. If we get a couple more of those, we can make another Galaxy weapon and try out some new buffs and stuff. I think we were talking about that. Yeah, 21 Pilots announced the new album. Yeah, I heard that. Pretty excited about that. I'm not like the biggest 21 Pilots fan. I'm pretty new to their music. Over the past like 4 or 5 years, I've been listening to their stuff. And I've liked almost everything I've heard, but I don't get a ton of urges to put their music on when I'm alone. But I do listen to a lot of it because my partner's a big fan. But I don't get like a ton of urges to throw their stuff on solo. Usually it's something I listen to with them and we bond over. And then when I'm alone, I'm usually listening to stuff I grew up with. Or like, you know, just a little bit more my style, right? Can we get a staircase? I don't think we've seen one. Yeah, there we go. Shredded. Dude, I love this playthrough though. I love this playthrough because I love what we accomplished with this hammer. It's my first ever Stardew Valley hammer playthrough. And it's so good. It's such a good weapon, dude. And I never really ever messed around with it, but I just go around AoE clearing everything. Like just shredded. Like it's actually so satisfying to play Stardew this way. It's so cool, man. Now the jumping spiders suck because they jump over my power slam. What's up, Stormy? Gonna grind out some fantasy life? Yeah, do your thing. I appreciate any lurks you can throw up. Of course, you're never expected to lurk. And enjoy your day. Enjoy your gaming. I played some Fantasy Life last night and I got Master Hunter, but I didn't do it yet because I want to do it on stream. But I did everything I had to do to get Master Hunter. And now I'm just looking for some wild beast meat for my cook. I need some wild beast meat. The ice rod attack has its own glow in the fog. I didn't notice that, no. Yo, what's up, Kai Bells? Debating if I should get Fantasy Life I now or wait for it to go on sale. Yeah, maybe wait for it to go on sale because the patient gamer always saves the most money. And if you have plenty of games to play right now, why rush? Unless you're like super interested in multiplayer and maybe you're trying to catch it while it's hot. But what's up, Shy Chai? Welcome to the show today. What are you listening to right now? I haven't been listening to a lot of music. So my favorite artist is a guy named Aesop Rock. Not ASAP. That guy's whatever. But this guy's named Aesop, as in Aesop's Fables. And I've been listening to him for like 25 years. 25 years. I usually jam out to him on the regular. Otherwise, I listen to this artist named Emancipator pretty often. They're like easy listening, like electronic music. What? Did I just get 2 pairs of pants drop at the same time? I did. What the heck? What kind of weird drop was that? Double baggy pants? It's the 90s again? Hey, we got a Prizzy. Nice. I'm almost out of food. I didn't bring any backup food with me. This actually could be a problem. Let's go get some food real quick. Emancipator and Aesop. That's about all I've thrown on recently. What else? Oh, I threw on OC. This old hip hop artist by the name of OC. He did a collaboration with another hip hop artist named Apollo Brown, who does like beats and mostly does instrumental. He's a producer, like a DJ. So Apollo Brown and this guy named OC put together an album a while back. This is a real old album, and it's called Trophies. called Trophies, OC and Apollo Brown. And it's something I listened to when I was like a decade ago. And I just randomly was in the mood to throw it out again because I remember it being a pretty inspirational album. And it's got this song on it that just has this super dope hook that just talks about moving past your mistakes that you make in life. And essentially, it's a pretty inspirational song, just a hip hop song, just, you know, with the message. I like a lot of hip hop with the message in it. And it just, the hook, it just has been burned into my brain because I used to listen to it when I was really down and out, and it would just to remind myself that I can get past my mistakes. And so that album popped in my brain the other day, and I was like, "Ooh, I haven't listened to that OC album in like a decade," and it hit just as hard as it did a decade ago. Almost, it hit almost as hard as it did a decade ago. It's weird because as you grow, your music tastes grow. And as I listen to more of my favorite music, I find, I don't know, it's funny. It's funny. Like as I was listening to the album, I thought to myself, this guy's good, but he's not as good as I thought he was. I was like, this guy's good, but like in all reality, he's not as good as I thought he was. I remember I was like obsessed with this dude's album. Every single day I had it in rotation because it was just speaking to me in a specific time in my life where I needed to hear this dude's message and I needed to be uplifted. But going back to it now, it's like I'm not quite in that same mindset. I don't have that same need in my life right now. I'm feeling pretty good. So like it wasn't hitting as hard, but it was still nice to sit down and throw it on after a while and listen to it again, just for nostalgia's sake. Long-Legged Larry from Aesop. Long-Legged Larry goes hard, dude. No one knows about that track. Dude, Long-Legged Larry goes hard, dude. Oh, you like electronic industrial music? Yeah, I listen to a bunch of electronic stuff. I'm a big fan of anything instrumental because it's easier to think over. So I grew up falling in love with lyricism and lyrics, but as I got older, I found a really strong need for instrumental music in my life because I like to be able to go through my own thoughts, or even better, meditate with no thoughts. And a lot of times music can really help. So I'm a big fan of instrumental anything. I'm deep. I'm super deep in music. It's my second biggest passion. I'm a music appreciator more than a listener, and I'm very, very deep when it comes to instrumental anything, but specifically electronic and stuff like that. Progressive metal, house music, a little bit of trance, a little bit of techno, instrumental hip hop, all sorts of stuff. But I'm still always gonna have a special place in my heart for lyrical music because that's what I was raised on. I was raised on lyrical music, like music that the lyrics, like I define lyricism and lyrical music as music where the lyrics are the showcase of the music, which is a lot of hip hop. That's what makes hip hop so beautiful. A lot of people don't like hip hop because it's so simple, or, you know, it's not as musical. They're looking for something playing on guitars and drums because they like the music. But hip hop is a very special style of music because the lyrics are the focus. The lyrics are the jelly of the donut. It's what everything is wrapped around it. So really good hip hop is produced and designed around the voice and the cadence of the way that the artist is speaking. It's all wrapped around. Lyricism is the center of the donut. That's what makes really good hip hop good. Whereas like when you get to like pop hip hop, it's less about that and it's more about how it makes you, like how it sounds. Like it's like musical. It's like it's very different. So like I like very lyrical stuff that's like, and you can find this in like progressive metal, like Deer Hunter, where they're like telling stories, or like 21 Pilots, which is like a weird blend of like indie rock and hip hop, and like their lyrics are the focus of their music. So you can find this in like all sorts of genres, but like hip hop specifically is like all about the spoken word, and then you break it down from there to the traditions of like break beats and sampling and stuff like that. But it's all about the lyricism first, right? Hip hop started, it was just spoken word over break beats in the Bronx, right? Like that's how it started. And you can still find those traditions in the music to this day, but you have to look for it because it's not popular, because people don't really want that. What was that hip hop album? It's called Trophies. Trophies by OC and Apollo Brown. You got the woodcutting buddy? Nice. Very nice. Drinking my $30 coffee beans. I'm drinking my $5 coffee beans. I got them on sale and they were cheaper because I had to grind them myself. Dude, buying a coffee bean grinder paid for itself in dividends for me. Because sometimes you'll get a whole $5 off a bag of beans just because you have to grind them yourself. I bought this little coffee grinder for 15 bucks 6 years ago, dude. 5 years ago. And this thing has paid for itself, man, because you get such cheap coffee if you're willing to just grind it yourself. I don't know what it is about whole bean versus not. It's so much cheaper sometimes. Not always. Not always. Just sometimes it's cheaper. Yeah, I know what Polyphia is. Progressive metal and stuff. Yeah, they're okay. I don't listen to them, but I've heard of them. Yeah, definitely not always. Right. A lot of times it's the same price, but I find that if you look for deals, you'll find them in the whole bean section. System Sin. System SYN. Yeah, I've never heard of them. All right, it's 2 p.m. We could still get into the mines. We never grabbed food. Frick, I was too busy yapping. Good thing our character is super speedy, so this doesn't take too long. You said a beautiful thing in Hollow Knight. He tossed me around like yesterday's breakfast. Even watching the Hollow Knight VODs, huh? What's up, Sam? Good to see you, buddy. What other foods do I have to eat? Mushrooms, huh? Mag mushrooms. Here we go. Good. You bought it last night, dude. Hollow Knight's really good. Hollow Knight's really good. But yeah, there you go, JD. That's all I got for you as far as music. I haven't been doing a ton of off-stream music listening. Windows 96, which is we listen to on stream as well. That's another one. I threw on Evidence. Yes, the other day. He's from Dilated Peoples. He's one of the members of Dilated Peoples, and he put out an album. He puts out his own music. I threw on an Evidence album the other day. That was raw. That was fun to listen to. Uh-oh. We're gonna die here. Yeah, don't get me started talking about music, because I won't stop. Magma crap. Magma shroom. Man, these floors suck. You take so much ambient damage just like hanging out. That song does slap. I love the mines music. The mines music in this game is super nice. Tell you one thing that's changed about my music listening habits as a streamer. So first off, my Spotify is taken over by stream music, which can be very different sometimes than what I listen to regularly. So that sucks like a little bit because I don't have like a place to show off what I listen to, like my very eclectic music taste, because so much of my Spotify is just stream music. And that's fine. It just sucks a little bit because it's like, dang, like it would be cool to have a place to be like, yo, here's my Spotify profile. This is what I listen to. Because I'm such a music buff, I would love. Now, you can still follow my Spotify profile. I don't think we have a link for it right now. I used to have a link, I thought, but so much of it is like stuff that I listen to on stream. It like doesn't really matter. So that's why I've been like working on making playlists and stuff so that at least I can share music that way. Since like the playlists can be separate, like that's not like necessarily my profile. But one thing that's changed is I used to listen to a lot of video game music. I used to love throwing on video game music in my free time. Maybe like every once in a while, like in between a couple albums of like an artist or something. And nowadays, because I listen to video game music on stream, I don't do that at all anymore. I have zero interest listening to video game music off stream because of how much streaming I do and how much video game music I listen to on stream. I've completely lost my urge to throw on like Mega Man albums and stuff off stream. But that used to be like a big part of my like my music vibes. Yo, what's up, Raiders? Hey. Nice. We're getting some decent luck here. We might be able to make it to the night market for some... Might be able to make it to the night market for some fish in here. Sure, Lizzie J. The channel's there for you whenever you feel like it. What's up, Sammy? Good to see you. Oh my god, these spiders, these 8-legged freaks! Oh my god, there's so many of them. No, I randomly accidentally crafted some wood fences. What is going on here? I was panicking. The Skull Cavern is so much harder. What can you give a noob that's just starting out in the Skull Cavern? It's all about food, right? So until you get your first prismatic shard and your galaxy weapon, the galaxy sword, the Skull Caverns are just always going to be difficult no matter what you do. The first thing you need to realize about the Skull Caverns, that it doesn't matter what point in the game you're at, the Skull Caverns suck. It doesn't matter what point of the game you're at, the Skull Caverns will always suck. You can have the best gear and the best equipment, and the Skull Caverns are gonna just suck. That's what you have to realize at first. Secondly, you want to get your galaxy weapon as soon as possible. You get that by getting a prismatic shard, going to the desert. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just look into it. But your galaxy weapon is super important. The weapon that they give you at the end of the local mines, it's not really going to cut it for the long term in the Skull Caverns. You're welcome in, that guy. Welcome in, Raiders. So unfortunately, you're going to have to, like, your early descent into the Skull Caverns is always going to suck until you get that galaxy sword. Lastly, it's food. You want to have food that heals your whole life bar. So to give you an example, your life bar is, if I switch, right, I have 165 HP. My food heals for 141. You want food that heals your whole life bar, because you can't sit there and eat 3 things at back to back when you're in the Skull Caverns. You're getting beat up by stuff that hits you really hard. So instead, you want to get like salads. I recommend buying salads from the local bar or getting cheese. Cheese is a really, really good early game food for the Skull Caverns. And you want to go in there equipped with bombs, cheese, salads, and a decent weapon, and just hope for the best. Try to go on the luckiest days, because if you don't have a good food, you're going to struggle. If you don't, like, until you get a decent weapon, it's always going to be a struggle. And like, that's like really the only tips I can give a Skull Caverner. Now, I can give you one more tip. You can take jades, the stone, the emerald, the jade item in the game, and you can put that into a crystallarium, and you can copy it. And every Sunday in game, you can take a jade and trade it for a staircase. 1 jade, 1 staircase. And if you do this, you could show up at the Skull Caverns with 50 to 100 staircases, and you can just skip through the whole thing and get to floor 100 and just be done with it. It's also nice to have some staircases on you in case stuff gets dicey. Because like some floors in the Skull Caverns are just not worth participating in. And you just want to like skip ahead to the next floor. So yeah, there's not a ton of real good advice for Skull Caverns. I think the best advice that I can give any new player is just take it easy and realize that it's always going to be tough no matter what. Like the Skull Caverns just suck. You could have the best equipment in the game. You could be the best player in the game. You're still going to run into situations in the Skull Caverns where you're going to die. Like, yeah, welcome to Stardew Valley. This game is just tough like that sometimes. Like, no matter what. So don't feel bad if you're getting your butt kicked in the Skull Caverns. I think there's a very small percentage of people that can get away with just really, really owning the Skull Caverns. I don't think there's a lot of players out there that are really owning the Skull Caverns. If you're listening to this and you're thinking to yourself, Skull Caverns are easy, you're in like probably the top 5% of this game. I'm not joking. You should be proud. If you're out there, if you're a Stardew Valleyer and you're thinking to yourself, what are you talking about? The Skull Caverns ain't nothing. You are in like the top 5% of Stardew Valleyers. I promise you. Like that's not normal. It's this, Skull Caverns are tough. And a lot of people struggle with the Skull Cavern. So like, I think that's the biggest thing that people need to take away as a new player is expect to struggle, expect to have a hard time, and just do your best to bring really good food, to get a prismatic shard as soon as possible, which is all RNG. And you know, you kind of just go in there and you pray. I can't recommend good food and staircases enough. I cannot recommend those things enough, though. Skull Caverns are my favorite. The Dangerous Cavern is way harder, and I don't normally do it. What's up, Wookie? Good to see you today. Eight-Legged Freaks is a throwback. I'm a huge arachnophobic. That movie scared me. Yeah, I'm not a big bug guy or arachnid guy either, so I wouldn't say the movie scared me, but it certainly made me uncomfortable. I am going to be getting Rune Factory, yeah. I played Rune Factory back in the day. It was a very different experience than it is now. So the truth is, ADN, I was a big fan of Rune Factory 1 and 2. And it was an over-the-top, it looked like this game. It was camera over the top. I think they call them asymmetric or something like that. And it kind of felt like an old school Harvest Moon game. Eventually they made Rune Factory 3, which they remade it. And again, same camera. But then once Rune Factory 4 came out, they made it look more like Fantasy Life, where the camera is a different angle, and it's not chibi, but I'm just talking about the camera angle. So then at that point it became full 3D, and apparently Rune Factory 4 is like the best in the series. And then they made 5, and I did play 5. So I only played the first 2 and then 5. And I'll be personally honest, I wasn't a huge fan of 5 because they went full on like anime waifu with it, and it's not quite my style personally. However, the gameplay was fun. The combat was kind of cool. You could collect monsters as like your animals, and like I was creating like a vegetable army. The farming was really cool. It is a farming simulator in a lot of ways, and the farming was super in-depth and interesting. But the game itself didn't click. So I got to the first chapter of the story. I never touched it again. I am going to be checking out the new Rune Factory though, because I still have hope that I'm going to enjoy it if I can kind of like push past the aesthetic that I'm kind of having a problem with. And that's really all I have to say in Rune Factory. So the gameplay is a blend of combat and farming. It's a farming simulation game with combat. So it's Harvest Moon, but you go out and you fight monsters. You even use monsters usually as like your cows and chickens. It has a story that it likes to tell you. So it's like a story narrative driven game that is farming. It is a farming simulation game with combat, with a big emphasis on combat and a big emphasis on farming. That's what Rune Factories traditionally were. Farming simulation games with a big emphasis on combat and spells and magic and swords, and that's what they were. I would compare them to Harvest Moon games, not anything you listed there. It is like a traditional Harvest Moon, if you've ever played those games, or a traditional Story of Seasons game, but with combat and a good amount of it. That's it. So like, it's nothing like Animal Crossing. It's nothing like Fantasy Life. Very different games. So now I don't know what the new one's going to be like though. Keep in mind, I have no clue if they're going to keep to the same traditions with the new one. The new one I thought was going to be like some dancing or something. Am I thinking of the wrong one? I don't know. Like, I thought the trailer for the new Rune Factory, I remember it was like you were like dancers and you were doing like, I don't know. Like, I have no clue what the new Rune Factory is going to look like. They could completely pivot away from farming. They could completely pivot into the RPG direction more. I'm really not sure, and I'm going to be showcasing it on the channel for sure, and we'll figure it out together. So I don't know how much information we have as far as what the new one's going to be like, personally. Yo, we'll see you later, Sith Angel. Have a good day, and thank you for the raid, homie. Appreciate you popping in. Are you gonna hit up Witchbrook? Yeah, we'll be checking out Witchbrook for sure. Never played a Harvest Moon game? Yeah. I want to play Rune Factory 3. My worry is that the new Rune Factory is going to be closer to Rune Factory 5 and further from Rune Factory 1, 2, and 3. That's my worry, and as I already said, Rune Factory 5 didn't really click for me. Now, sometimes a game just doesn't click because of your circumstances in life, right? Like, I could have just been busy and had other games on my mind, and I don't know. Again, Rune Factory 5 wasn't a bad game. It just didn't click at the time. So I think if the farming side of the game is good, I'm probably gonna like it. That's pretty much what it comes down to for me at this point. If the actual farming side of it is good, I'm probably gonna like it. That's usually how that goes for me. Would Rune Factory 3 Special be a good starting point? Well, yes, but again, keep in mind that the Rune Factory games have changed a lot since then. So, yes, that's a beautiful starting point, but not necessarily to get into the new ones. Does that make sense, Hars? Like, after Rune Factory 3, the games got pretty different, and they started focusing on different stuff. So you could pick up Rune Factory 3 and fall in love with it, and then try to go play 4 or 5 and hate them. So just keep that in mind. If you want to start somewhere, you might want to start with Rune Factory 4. I've heard from a lot of Rune Factory fans that Rune Factory 4 was the best in the series. I don't know why, but I've heard it's the best. So if you really want advice and you're excited about Rune Factory and you want to see what it's all about, I've heard you want to start with 4 because it's more modern than 3, and it'll get you more prepared for like what they might be trying to do as far as like new games. So I think 4 is the starting play. But if you're just looking to get into a really good game, if you're just looking for a good game, I think 3 is the play. But that's just my personal bias, because I think 3 looks better, right? Like, let me show you really quick what I mean. I personally grew up playing this style game versus... All right, so if I go here, oh, see, look, 4 is still asymmetric. Oh, no wonder everyone thinks 4 is the best. Oh, dude, I don't think I realized that. Well, no wonder y'all think 4 is the best, because 4 still looks like 3. All right, let me show you Rune Factory 5. All right, this is the difference in my opinion. This is the difference in my opinion. So if you take a look at Rune Factory 5, they went like full 3D, right? They went full 3D, super cute game. Again, I had a blast playing it. But this is what Rune Factory 4 looks like. It looks like traditional Harvest Moon. So these are the games I grew up on. Rune Factory 1. Right? This is what I grew up on. I grew up playing Rune Factory 1 and 2, and this is what they looked like. They were Game Boy games, the camera was from the top, and this is very traditional Harvest Moon. So if I go Harvest Moon Friends of Mineral Town, this is what Harvest Moon looked like, and this is what started it all. If you didn't know, Rune Factory was technically named, it was called Rune Factory, a fantasy Harvest Moon. This was the original title. It was called Rune Factory, a fantasy Harvest Moon. Same developers. They were taking Harvest Moon and trying something new with it. And this new game was the same style experience, but there was combat. And you would like farm in caves. You would go and like fight monsters, and you would find patches of farms and caves, and you would like plant crops in the caves and go back and check on them, and you would harvest animals for monsters for their parts instead of animals. Instead of having like a cow, you would have like a weird animal, like a monster, and that would give you milk instead. It was like this super interesting concept that stepped away from traditional Harvest Moon and tried something new. Yeah, they were very JRPG style for sure. You could say that, right? So this was the progression of Harvest Moon and Rune Factory. Rune Factory originally was trying to copy this. Look, it's literally like a photocopy. Look. Eventually, they started cleaning it up, and this is apparently what Rune Factory 4 looks like, and people claim that it's one of the best they ever made. But then Rune Factory 5 came out, and they just kind of changed everything. And like, change is not bad, chat room. Change isn't a problem. I'm okay that they made the game different. That wasn't the problem. The problem was it just didn't completely vibe. It wasn't what I was looking for. It was very anime waifu. It seemed like the whole game was focused on this right here. This is what the whole game looked like it was focused on. Instead of it being gritty and farming and like focused on like the mechanics, it seemed like the whole game was focused on husbandos and waifus and uwu. And I was like, that's not what I'm trying to play these games for. I don't even care about getting married. I don't ever care about the romance in these games. And the whole game was so focused on these characters and falling in love and uwu. And it was just like, dude, like I don't really care about that. Like yes, I'll do your little marriage thing if you want me to do it in the game, if it's a part of the story. I just want to farm. And the farming was really good in Rune Factory 5. It just wasn't enough on its own to keep me going. Right, so this is the story of Rune Factory. Now, what are we expecting from the new one? Well, more of the anime waifu, we're pretty sure. Right? We're pretty sure more of the anime waifu. This is all we know about the new Rune Factory, is that it looks like this. What does this remind you of? Rune Factory 5. Could the game be good? Yes. Right? It could totally be good. It has solid graphics. I love the look of the game. I love the art style of the game. Right? Like, it could totally be a solid farming experience, but I'm not sure if they're just gonna go back to the uwu again. Like, I'm not sure if they're just gonna go back full uwu again. So again, the reason we got into this conversation is somebody asked, is Rune Factory 3 a good place to start? Sure, but like not necessarily to get you prepared for this. Because this is a new era of Rune Factory, and they're doing a lot of different stuff with the games now. So you might want to wait and see what they do with this game. And you might want to wait and see if the game really brings something to the table for you as a gamer. But if you're looking to check out the classic Rune Factory games, 1, 2, 3, and 4 are just amazing. I truly recommend them. Also, apparently Rune Factory Frontiers as well. Right? So like, that's like pretty much what I would say. Yeah, Persona, I wouldn't even say Persona farming. You want to know what Rune Factory 5 kept getting compared to? Final Fantasy's farming game. You guys remember what was the name of that Final Fantasy farming game that came out like 2 or 3 years ago? When I was playing Rune Factory 5, the whole time I was playing Rune Factory 5, people kept coming into the chat and saying, this looks like Harvestella. This looks like Harvestella. This looks like Harvestella. And that's like pretty much what that's what I got from it. So Rune Factory and Harvestella are like very similar. It's like a Final Fantasy take on farming sims. A little less Persona, a little bit more Final Fantasy. But same idea, Sam's Lost Shoe. Right, same idea. I just wanted to be more clear. I think there's more of a parallel to like Harvestella than anything. And Harvestella was basically Final Fantasy with farming. If you don't know that, like that's pretty much what that was. What's up, Game Boys? What's up, 8 Good to see y'all here today. My feeling says it'll be less waifu, but that's just a feeling. And like I said, you know, I don't really care that the game is like waifu. Like that's fine. I can push past that kind of stuff personally, and that doesn't mean the game is bad. Not every game is for every person. As you said, Rachel, the game looks great. As you said, like, doesn't it, dude? The game looks great, right? It looks really good visually. It looks really gorgeous, right? So like, I'm excited. I'm just a little on edge because I don't know if it's going to be for me. I don't know if the game's going to bring gameplay to the table that's for me. I can't tell yet. Video Game Graveyard. Yes, salute to the Video Game Graveyard. Rune Factory fans should check out Sakuna Rice Farming, Combat No Marriage. I've been recommended Sakuna before. That game has been recommended to me before. Yeah. I've never played Persona. No. I'm not a big turn-based RPG guy, traditional JRPG. So I've never really given Persona a look. The music has me interested though. I would like to go play the games just because the music is so good. I'm just not a big story-driven gamer. Does that make sense? Like, so Persona doesn't appeal to me because I don't play many games for the story. I do sometimes, but like not really, right? Like I don't play Zelda games for the story necessarily. I don't, people like to always throw that one in my face, so I always feel like I have to defend myself. But yeah, I don't really play like many games for the story. I'm not that kind of gamer always, only sometimes. So Persona's just never really been on my radar. When I do turn-based games, I usually like grids. I'm a fan of like Final Fantasy Tactics turn-based. I'm not necessarily a fan of like traditional standing in a line, choosing your attacks RPG style. Does that make sense? Like that traditional turn-based standing in a line, choosing an attack. I've never really been into that. You want to know the first RPG I ever played as a kid? Was Golden Sun, which was a traditional turn-based standing in a line game. And I fell in love, but nothing else ever clicked. Otherwise, I played Tales of Symphonia. And that was when I realized I need an active combat system to really enjoy an RPG. If it's not active, if there's not like some kind of action happening, I'm not quite interested. But as I get older, I expand my horizons, of course. So yeah, Persona just never quite looked like a game for me, so I just never really gave it the time of day. No Fantasy Life anymore? No, Fantasy Life is still on the docket. We're just switching it up today. Still plenty of Fantasy Life to come. Just doing something a little different today. Not a fan of turn-based JRPGs. Not a fan of having companions. Not a fan of romance. I'm just old and grumpy. Hey, at least you know yourself well. That's what matters the most. You like what you like and you don't like what you don't like. And that's okay. There ain't nothing wrong with that. What's up, Cushy? Persona's really weird. Yeah, it can be weird for sure. I like weird. Yeah, I've never been a big story-driven guy, you know. Story games are fun though, in the right place. But I've always been a very gameplay first kind of guy. I want my brain to be tickled with gameplay and with like level up systems and like stats and stuff. That's really where my brain gets tickled as a gamer. Stats and gameplay systems and stat allocation and skill trees, or puzzles and adventure and exploration. Finding secrets, being rewarded for exploring, puzzles, right? Like this is where my gaming really stays for the most part. Huge Baldur's Gate 3 fan. So good with secrets and exploring. You might like Blueprints. Yeah, I'm sure I'll like Blueprints. Blueprints is just a modern myth game, right? Basically. First-person puzzle game. What were those games called? Myth, or back in the day? Right, it's basically that. First-person puzzle game. Yeah, Myst. That's what I meant. Not myth. Myst. It's very Myst-like. Yeah, sure. I'm sure I would like it. I've never played the Myst games before, but that stuff is definitely interesting to me. The problem is if I play new video games, how will I ever find the time to play my favorite Zelda games for the 15th time, chat? You guys don't realize. If I play new video games, how will I have time to go back and play Fallout 3 for the 20th time, or Paper Mario for the 16th time? You know, I don't got time for new games. I gotta go back and play Stardew Valley again for the 37th time. I'm not playing new games. What are you talking about? I gotta go back and play Wind Waker again. New games. The gall of some people. Thank you, Kapow, for the gifted to Mad Feline. Yo, Mad Feline, welcome officially to the Deku Scrub Squad. I like to watch people play story-based games on Twitch and enjoy it through their enthusiasm, but I don't really play them myself. I'm starting to really enjoy playing story-based games on stream because I like doing voice acting, and I enjoy the idea of us experiencing like a story together, for sure. Oh yeah, we have a lot of Wind Waker playthroughs. I've played Wind Waker on stream like 3 or 4 times now, and we've done like 2 or 3 randomizers. Yeah, so all that stuff will be released on YouTube. As before, it was all available on Twitch for 5 years, for the record, and then Twitch made me move it all. So now it's just all in transition. But oh yeah, that content's been out there for years now. And we just did another Wind Waker randomizer like 2 months ago. Yeah, just about 2 months ago. I decided to go for a rando since I play a lot of vanilla Wind Waker. I think we've beat Wind Waker vanilla 2-3 times on stream. I'm a little obsessed. Just woke up? Yeah, you're okay. Yeah, for sure. Romance in video games is weird. If it's a part of the story character, that's fine, but IRP as me as a character and need the romance. Let's say I have better things to do. Yeah, like romancing in real life. No, I don't have a problem with the romance in video games personally. I'm just not interested. I guess if I had to really figure out why I'm not interested, it's because I've never been a fan of role-playing romance. Yeah, I'm a pretty deep role player, and I guess I've just never been comfortable with the idea of role-playing romance. Like, I remember when I first ever played, I guess my second, but one of my first ever real Dungeons and Dragons runs. The people I was playing with were really big on like role-playing romance with each other. So it was like this big group of friends who like had like partners and like girlfriends and boyfriends. But then when they got together in Dungeons and Dragons, they would like role play that their characters were in love with each other. And like, I don't know, maybe this is just me. Like, I'm not trying to call anybody out, but I thought that was weird. So I'm sitting in this big room with like 6, 7 people, and they're pretending to be romantic with each other while they're like boyfriends across the room watching it happen. And I don't know, I personally was like, I think this is weird. And like, yeah, like I've always been that way. I'm not about role playing like a fake relationship in a video game, in real life. I'm not really into that. Like, I don't know. I don't need to justify it. You know what I mean? But like, I'm not into that. It's like they're kissing in public. My group's the same way. Yeah, I'm just like not really into that, you know? And like it translates into video games, right? Like I'm not looking at this little character in a game and going, I love you. Like, not really, dude. It's just a video game. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, so yeah, I agree with you. Like, I've never been into that. I don't actually care at all about romantic stuff in video games. It's weird to me. Now, again, like, let's say I was playing a video game where I wasn't me. I was Solid Snake. Like a classic Metal Gear. And Solid Snake fell in love in the game with the character. You see, that's very different. Because I'm getting told a story. And I'm playing as a character in a story. So you see, it's okay if a game has love, interest, and stuff like that, but it really depends on if the game is telling me a story and I am just a part of it, or if you want me to go into the game as myself. If I'm playing the game as myself, I don't know if I'm into that. Right? Or like, if I'm role-playing a character I made, like if I'm playing like Fallout and I'm like role-playing like some kind of doctor named Zoidberg, and that Dr. Zoidberg falls in love with an NPC, sure, like maybe that's like a little palatable. Like maybe I'm like, okay, sure, like my character fell in love. That's like, I can kind of separate those things. I can kind of do that. But not quite. I like romance and RPGs, but in D&D, I almost feel uncomfortable. I've started playing children characters to avoid it. Yeah. When I played an old angry gnome to avoid it with that same group. His name was Barnabas. And he was a super old gnome, or not gnome. Was it a gnome? I think it was a gnome. Anyways, and I was like old and I was always just pissed off. So anytime my character said anything, I was just like, get off my lawn, shut up. And it was like the best way to avoid any of that. I was just like, I'm just this old angry gnome in the back of the room. Leave me alone. Like, what was the best romantic you experienced in a game story-wise? The best romance I experienced in a game story-wise. Well, I've always kind of liked the romance between Link and Zelda, even though they didn't really start doing more of that until the newer games. But if I really had to think about a game I played, so like I'm not gonna say Stardew Valley here. All right, because Stardew doesn't necessarily do it the way that I think this question is being asked. But like Stardew would probably be the best just because it's so lighthearted and it's just like fun. It's like, oh, now you're my wife. But if I really had to think about like a story-driven game, I mean, Neverwinter Nights had like a little bit of that going on. In Mass Effect 1, I think I had a pretty solid experience in Mass Effect 2. I think I played 2 first. Mass Effect 2, I think I had like a little solid experience with like some romance stuff. I think there was also some romance stuff in Star Wars, the Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2, and I think I kind of leaned into that stuff a little bit. But like, I'm still not really answering your question because you're kind of talking about a story-driven game like a Final Fantasy. I really haven't. Oh, I mean, Tales of Symphonia was cute. Honestly, the whole love situation between Lloyd and Colette in Tales of Symphonia, like when I was like a 14-year-old kid, I was like in love. I loved it so much. My little inner romantic loved Lloyd and Colette and like how their relationship was. I really, really, really enjoyed that whole experience. If anybody played Tales of Symphonia, I really enjoyed that, but I was pretty young when I played that and it just made sense. It clicked for a young mind. I mean, I had a girlfriend in RuneScape. Does that count? But she was real. I swear she was a real girl. I swear she was. It might have been some dude that was like 40 years old, but I swear it was a girl, man. I had a girlfriend in RuneScape. Does that count? Yeah, I don't know. I seriously didn't play like any story-driven games, so like this question actually doesn't work for me. That's so crazy that you're making me think about how I've avoided like games with like romantic storylines like my whole life, I guess. I really have. Like, I guess I have. Like, there's a little bit of romance in a bunch of games though, right? Like, for example, in Metal Gear Solid 4, there's even like a little bit of romance between Snake and Meryl and stuff. Like Metal Gear 1, 2, 3, 4, there's like the Snake and Meryl stuff. So like, I've played a ton of games that have like a little bit of romantic energy, but never on the level of like Final Fantasies. Not necessarily, huh? Yeah, Tales is fair. Yeah, I never ended up playing Dragon Age. Like I said, Mass Effect, I did a little bit of that stuff, but not really. I play too many sandbox games? Yeah, same apparently. Same. There's got to be something though. I've played a lot of video games in my life. There's got to be something I'm not thinking about. There's gotta be. Something real old, like Legend of Legaia or something. There's got to be like something from like old Legend of Legaia or something that probably just pulled on my heartstrings. Romance coming out of left field in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Sounds like Western romance in games is very different from Eastern. Well, yeah, because I think the Western games try to dumb it down. Whereas like Eastern games aren't afraid to go full in on it. Which is good. Good for Eastern games. Sorry, this ain't The Sims. I was more into Marcus's and Dom's and Gear of War's love story. Shut up. Yeah. Wait, does Master Chief and Cortana count? Does does Master Chief and Cortana count? Because let me tell you, man. Ooh wee. What ring combo are you using? I got Iridium Band and Napalm, and then Iridium Band and Lucky. Yo, what's up, Silent Show? No, the old file didn't work, so we're just playing on my single player stuff today.
Cheers 56.
Community farm died.
7 times 8. A thoughtful too bold, yet full of grace. A steady step in numbers race.
Yeah, community farm died. Yo, thank you, Jelly, for 56. What's up, dude? Yeah, community farm died again. We pushed the limits, I guess, which we were doing a pretty good job, but it died again on us. So we'll have to, if we do more community farm stuff in the future, we'll probably just limit it to like 8 to 10 players. And we'll just get like a dedicated few kind of vibe going. But for now, we're just gonna call it. No, I'm not interested in starting another new save right now, but we could bring it back in the future. It was fun while it lasted. Let's be real, you know, in the moment, it was cool. Day 381 of suggesting Farm Together 2 for community farm vibe. Yeah, thank you, Jelly. Appreciate the love. Yeah, I know. We just so happen to be in winter in this game as well, in this save as well. Yeah. One of my favorite games is a silly matchmaking game with a drag queen host. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, romance in video games. I don't mind it at all. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't put me off from the game. Right? It doesn't like, it's not like, oh, there's romance in this game, I hate it now. I just ignore it. If the game's good enough, I'll ignore anything. A game could be Russian war propaganda. If the game's fun, I'm gonna play it. Witcher 3 had some love? Yeah, oh yeah, it did. Believe me, I heard about that one. Yo, Titus, appreciate you. Oh, speaking of, yo, what's up, Stratocaster? Titus and Yuna Hand Me to me was a great romance. I accidentally played Fantasy Slave for 10 hours yesterday. I only wanted to master one career, and then there was a quest, and I just had to finish it, and then the story progressed, and you get it. I am proud of you. I played off stream last night to scratch my itch so I wouldn't be too itching today this morning. The itch is starting to come back already though. It's starting to creep up on the back of my neck. Fantasy. Yo, what's up, Happy Snowja? Shut up. I had to run from the bathroom to laugh at that. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. All right, we back. $105. Nice, we're almost done with this quest. I just realized. Yo, thanks for the follows. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, had to mix it up today. Plenty more fantasy life to come for those that are worried about it. Had to mix it up today, though. I honestly meant to put in my title. Don't worry, fantasy life will be back. But I forgot. I was so distracted this morning. Don't worry. But I know my audience, and I think we all needed a little bit of a break from that game's... I think we all needed a break today, okay? I can sit here and play it for another 12 hours, but I know my audience. I've been doing this for years. We all needed a little break. Let's be honest. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. You guys can keep playing. I'll provide a little bit of a different entertainment today. We all need a little break. Don't worry, it'll be back. No, I didn't watch the Weenie 500, but I should have. What's up, Great Bambi? Plus, I always have to throw a bone to my audience that might not be into the game that I'm playing at the time, you know? We played for about a week straight. There's probably plenty of people out there that were just being kind and courteous and, you know, enjoying my show because they enjoy me, but maybe that wasn't their kind of game, right? Gotta throw a bone to the audience out there. I got plenty of people who watch me for me, but that doesn't mean that you don't deserve a little bit of extra love too, you know? Whether you're an ACer or a Stardew Valleyer, whether you're a Zelda fan. I will, however, say this. This is why we have the YouTube. Because on a day where I load up a game that you're not quite interested in, I have a lot of content for you to check out. And you could always go and drift into some of my old content for that day if you're still looking for the vibe, but maybe not the game is for you, right? So yeah, I'm gonna keep doing my best to get that content on YouTube. All right, I'm gonna keep doing my best to keep up with it. You know, we never said good morning to the YouTube today because I had all this I had tech issues right at the start of the stream. But good morning, YouTube. I know y'all are out there. I appreciate you. This is the first day since I started doing YouTube that I forgot to say good morning and do my little morning spiel. Pretty good, right? That's like, it's been like 4 or 5 months, I think. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for hanging out over there, dude. Personally love that you're back to Stardew. Yeah, I knew. Listen, I try not to be too big-headed, or I try to stay humble, but I appreciate you saying that, Bucci's. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know what's up. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. When, as a creator, like I can feel when something starts to get stale, or I can tell by who's in chat. I can tell by the energy in the room when something is like, okay, you know what? Let's kick it to the classics today, you know? And honestly, this next week will be a good amount of classics. All right. Sunday. Look at this. Raina B, you're cooking, dude. Yeah. I this whole next week, for the record, we'll be leaning into our classics while playing more Fantasy Life this whole next week. Just a heads up. Like I'll just be 100% with everybody. Like this is the last week we have before the Switch 2 comes out. It's actually, we have a week and a half. So this week's going to be about catching up on a couple things, maybe trying to wrap up a couple loose ends. Right? So we'll splash some Dinkum in if we can. I was going to splash more Stardew, but now with the community farm dead, maybe we'll do another episode of this farm. I would like to get back and clean up some more Zelda. I might take a break from Animal Crossing this week because it's like one of the things that I feel okay taking a break from for a week, but we'll see, because I do miss my deluxe farm or my deluxe save file. And then Dinkum, if I didn't mention Dinkum, we'll play some Dinkum. We're going to play some Fantasy Life, clearly. So we'll do some classics. We'll be mixing in some of our classics alongside Fantasy Life. And then next week, we have a build-up up until Thursday, and that's when the Switch 2 comes out. And then once the Switch 2 comes out, we're going to be kind of diving into a bunch of new content again as well. So we have about a week and a half for us to kind of sit and breathe, take a deep breath, and get ourselves mentally equipped for new games coming out for the Switch 2, because there's a lot of stuff coming out at the same time. And that's like a little bit rough, because we're going to have to kind of navigate that while also keeping things as consistent as possible. So I have some ideas. I'm like writing some stuff down, and yeah, the Frigga at the end is pretty funny, right? Yeah, like, so like I think I have a pretty good idea of how the Switch 2 launch is going to look, but that we're getting ahead of ourselves. That's not, I didn't even mean to talk about that. Point is we'll be doing some classics next week for sure. Kind of getting nice and cozy and snug. Give us a nice week of just in a sense comfort gaming for a week, because then we're going right into the Switch 2 launch. Right? We're going right back into the Switch 2 launch. We're going right back into new games. So figure a week of some comfort gaming will be nice, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do after that. But you'll have to just tune in and see what happens. You'll just have to tune in and pop by and see what we get into. Turn on those notifications and come say hello. We're in our never make any assumptions era of our channel. So what does that mean? Never assume anything when it comes to what I'm going to play that day. I can't stress that enough. We are in our never assume anything era of the channel. Don't assume you're not going to see a game. Like last night, we had somebody pop in and go, so obviously Stardew Valley's not happening this week. And it's like, you don't know that. I never said that. Yeah, we are in our never assume anything era. This is why we're not doing schedules right now. Because I will do whatever I feel like doing every morning, and that's the way I want to do stuff right now. So just sit tight, pop in, say hello in the morning if you want, or just come and see what we're up to. You could always jump in the chat and ask, hey, what are we up to? And I'll do my best to answer the question. But yeah, we're in the no assumptions era, because I'm purposefully keeping things pretty open-ended so that I can do what's best for the channel and what's best for all of you as well as myself. So we're very much doing this. This is all very by design. This is all purposeful, right? This is all very, very curated this way. I'm a man of curating content. I like to think things through thoroughly. So yeah, just sit tight and things will have fun. That's what matters. We're going to be making some good content. No, we didn't finish Oblivion at all. We did episode 5, I think, last week. I didn't get a chance to do any night streams this week, though. Instead, I just played Fantasy Life for like 10 hours a day, and it was fun. Kind of obsessing over the new Mario Kart. Dude, I'm pretty excited about playing the new Mario Kart for sure. I'm very excited about the new Mario Kart. All right, we're almost done with the mines here for the week. See what our luck is like. Yeah, I was thinking pretty hard about it last night, and I'm gonna keep going with what I'm doing right now. It feels like the right thing to be doing. So without going too far into details, I will continue keeping things pretty open-ended for now. So I know some of you probably enjoyed the schedules and stuff, and to you, I kind of apologize. You know, I think ideally I would have stuff scheduled, but I'm realizing as a content creator, you really just put yourself in a box when you do that. What's more exciting to click on when, let's be honest. What's more exciting? Loading up a stream and knowing exactly what to expect for every day that week. Whether it's a game you want or it's a game you don't. Or just loading up the stream and saying, okay, what's Hylian getting into today? As much as scheduled stuff is cool, it puts you in a box. And then at that point, now you're expected to do the thing you said you would do, which is tough because stuff just randomly gets shadow dropped all the time. And then also you're pushing people away. Because now that person that doesn't like Stardew is 100% not going to come to your stream on Thursday because you said you're playing Stardew. So why would I want to do things to discourage people from coming to my show? Why would I want to present for you to not come and say hello? Why would I want to do that? Oh, yo, and by the way, we're playing this game that you hate on Friday 100% for sure, so just don't even bother coming by Friday. So I'm starting to realize as a content creator, scheduling stuff actually kind of sucks. Because like, it literally puts me in a position where I'm giving people a reason to not come to my show. I'm literally saying to you, don't show up today because I'm playing a game you don't like. I would rather just do the vibe, do the thing, just chill. And if you pop over and I'm not doing something you like, all right, then you maybe click away. Maybe you're just like, all right, never mind. Or maybe you're like, you know what? I might not like Stardew, but I'm going to stick around because Hylian's vibe is immaculate. And you stick around. So it really comes down to like learning, navigating content creation. You're always learning. You're always growing as a content creator. And as much as I love structuring content, I find it to be the actual wrong thing to do in a lot of ways. And it's something I'm taking a break from right now. I have a lot of Pokemon YouTubers say they're starving of content and do Nuzlocke all the time, which gets boring really quick. Glad the Nintendo YouTubers also do variety stuff. Played it a lot. Yo, what's up, Sam? How you doing? Played what a lot? Yo, we weren't talking about anything specifically. The Spectrum Squad, who often draw into cozy games, need that structure of a schedule, though. I think that's a pretty hardcore assumption to make, because I think that's a pretty hardcore assumption to make. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I think that's a pretty hardcore assumption. If I come here and Hylian's streaming him staring at a wall all day, guess what? I'm staring at the same wall Hylian is. I'm here for the vibes. Need is a strong word. I think that's a pretty hardcore assumption to make on people. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. So, I mean, suffice to say, I disagree. All right, let's see if this stuff is done in here. All right, I'm glad you said that though, because Flip Toast, next week I will be doing my first ever staring at paint drying stream. I just haven't announced it yet. So I'm glad to hear that you guys are here for it, because I will be charging $10 at the door for entry. Since it's such a special event and the paint's expensive in this economy. In this life, I've learned to never conform to a schedule. I have trouble keeping track of schedule, so I just got to focus on you. If you don't feel like doing something that day, then just don't do it. Yeah, I mean, I think in general, some people thrive in a scheduled environment and some don't, right? But you have to understand how important it is to be able to pivot as a content creator. So I wasn't going to go any further, but like, let me just explain. So it's all about pros and cons, correct? So I think we can all identify the obvious pros of having scheduled content, right? So I don't need to go through that, right? Obvious pros of having scheduled content. People's brains who like schedules like it. People like to know what's going on. They like to know what to look forward to. People like to get excited. And I will schedule stuff sometimes that is worthy of being exciting, like day one of Mario Kart World, or maybe there's a release of a game coming out. So we'll schedule that. Maybe a multiplayer day in which people need to take off of work or make sure they don't make plans for. We'll schedule that. But let's talk about the cons in the situation. And this is where we go into content creation philosophy. As a content creator, the problem with having structured content, and again, I've learned this over 6 years because I've run into these walls multiple times. So let's say on Sunday, I say I'm going to play Stardew Valley on Friday. But let's say Friday shows up and I'm not in the mood to play Stardew. What happens? I disappoint all of those people that were looking forward to Stardew Valley on Friday. So first off, disappointment. Now I'm overselling and under-delivering, and this sucks. Here's the problem. You can't force yourself to do content. This is really performance art at its core. And if I'm not comfortable or happy doing or passionate doing what I want to do, then it creates bad content. Therefore, unfortunately, as a creator, you have to follow your heart and your passion the most, ideally. Sometimes you gotta pull up your britches and do what you gotta do. But ideally, you wanna be passionate, excited, and thriving in the content you're making. So if I were to schedule that Stardew on Friday, this causes an issue. Because if I wake up on Friday and I don't wanna do that, I'm disappointing people, or I'm creating content that people don't wanna watch. These are two negatives, and there is no positive besides for delivering what I said I would deliver. So you have to realize that it all comes down to pros and cons. Now, while there is a lot of pros to having scheduled content, unfortunately, the cons outweigh the pros. And this is why I've decided that I think I'm going to be moving away from a ton of scheduled content for now, and we're going to try something new out for a while. So yeah, believe me, this is a hard decision to make, and I've thought pretty hard about it. This is my livelihood. And having scheduled content is really, really, really nice. I love giving people something to look forward to that week. This is what I'm doing on Monday. This is what I'm doing on Tuesday. I like treating my show like a TV guide. And letting you know on Friday we're doing Zelda, on Saturday we're doing Stardew, on Sunday we're doing Animal Crossing. I love that vibe. I did it for years. It's just unfortunate that it puts you, as I said, in a box as a creator. Now you are boxed in and you have to do the thing you said you would do on that day. What if a brand new game gets shadow released? Right? What if all of a sudden, Thursday, Nintendo goes, brand new Zelda game just came out right now? What do I do? Do I do the thing that's obviously the right thing to do, which is play the new exciting thing and disappoint all the Stardew fans? Or do I do what I said I would do and ignore the brand new release? Right? So it's really, really tough. as a content creator to adhere to a schedule. It's real, and I've struggled. I've tried to do it my whole stream journey, and it's so tough because every time I hit these walls where like some new game comes out, and then I'm stuck playing Stardew Saturdays, and the game comes out on Friday, and then Saturday rolls around, and I've built a certain expectation around what Saturday content should be at that time, and I have to throw the schedule away anyways. So I think at the end of the day, when it comes to content creation, you really have to create an environment that allows you to pivot while also being consistent. And it's tough. It's the toughest balance, and it's so hard to put into words. All I can tell you, as one of the most successful streamers in the space, that all I can tell you is like, I'm an authority in this space and I know what I'm talking about. And it's really tough to fully balance consistency while also giving yourself the opportunity to pivot. It's really, really tough. And like I said, I've been working on this for years. Right? So like it's so much more than just saying, you know, do this or do that, right? You know, enjoy your lurk, Hearts of Violet. Comes down to you can't make everyone feeling happy. Yeah, but it's less about not making everyone feeling happy. I think you're missing the point. It's about overselling and under delivering. Does that make sense? Yes, you're right. You can't make everyone happy, and that's something I've learned for a long time. I learned that on day one. However, we're not talking about not making people happy. We're talking about disappointing people by building up an expectation of something. That's different. That is a different vibe now, isn't it? So you see, to simplify it into you can't make everyone happy isn't actually quite what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the idea of putting something on a schedule, letting people know that you're going to do something specific on a specific day of a specific week, and then ripping that from them at the drop of a dime. Now that sucks. That's like the equivalent of me taking a day off without giving people a heads up, which is like the hardest thing to do as a content creator, is waking up and deciding I don't want to stream today, right? When we're talking about disappointment, that's a different feeling. People understand that they're not always going to be pleased and catered to. Your average person gets that, and they're going to respect my show for what it is. But you want to know what disappointment makes people not want to come back. Disappointment is a feeling that lingers well past the moment that it was given to you. Disappointment's something that sticks with you for a long time. And that's the kind of feeling that makes you not want to go back to a show. Right? So very different conversation and pretty different concept overall than just simply you can't make everyone happy, right? Which is, again, a very true statement at the end of the day. Yeah, you can't make everyone happy, right? Whether I do a schedule or not, yeah, can't make everyone happy. But really, the problem with scheduling, again, comes down to that icky conversation of being able to pivot freely and follow your heart as like an artist, right? Very different energy. Going forward, I would like to see days off in the Discord announcement channel. Yeah, it's tough. It's scheduling days off is one. Now that's a personal thing, and that's kind of a different conversation all the way. That's just a personal problem. Yeah. Me not scheduling days on or days off just comes down to me really not liking schedules. And that's just an unfortunate product of a millennial brain who can't adhere to scheduling in general in life. This is why I do this for a living. Because I wake up some days and I'm just so not in the mood to create content. And if I do a schedule, it's tough, man. Like if I schedule like 5 days in a row, like rarely can I get through it without just taking the day off. It sucks. Yeah, I do try. I always try to give a 24-hour heads up Fat Cat plush if I'm gonna take a day off. But I gave up a long time ago on doing like, I stream Monday through Friday. I stream these days and I'm gonna take this day off. That's real tough for me because I'm always kind of not like sticking to it. That's like a very personal problem. Yeah. Even if you announce it at the end of the stream. Right. And I do try to do that stuff. So I will make a point to do more of that for you for sure. I will make a point to do more of that. Like if I know for sure I'm taking the day off, I'll start making an announcement in the Discord. I'm not going to ping for it though, if that's okay, but I'll post in the announcements, like just for the record, tomorrow is a day off. I've been doing more of that and I've realized that there's a lot of value in that for sure. It's it's the problem is those mornings I wake up and I take the day off. I decide to take the day off at 6 in the morning. That's the tough one for sure, right? That's the tough one for sure. But yeah, I can do that. That's something I've already identified and I've been working on. Get this monster out of here, dude. This monster floor is destroying me. Sometimes health gets in the way. Yeah, that's a tough one for sure. It's because I'm a morning streamer. I feel like if I wasn't a morning streamer, it would be a little bit easier for me to navigate days off because I could wake up and see how I'm feeling, give it a couple hours, then go from there. That's tough for me. The rug pull is worse than just not being able to do what people want to see. I see that. In my corner of the artist world, we only disappoint ourselves. No one cares if we miss an audition. Yeah, right. Whereas like I have an audience of people that are looking forward to my show. And when I show up and don't do what I said I was gonna do, that can really leave people with the feeling of something left to be desired, right? Like that's not a good feeling as a content creator for my audience, right? Freak, finally, man. These monster floors suck, dude. Ugh. I just make a schedule for me. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I make a schedule for myself as well. Correct. That's exactly what I've started doing like about 2 years ago. I just make a schedule for myself so I have a rough idea of what I want to accomplish for the week. But I just stopped sharing that schedule publicly always. And recently I decided to go back to stop sharing it because I was like, I feel like I'm running into too many situations where I'm struggling following my heart. Where I wake up and I'm like, actually, this was a wrong decision, right? That's also the problem as a content creator is like sometimes you just make a bad decision. Right? Like if I schedule like Minecraft all week and then I realize 2 days in that nobody wants to watch Minecraft and this was the worst decision ever, then again, I end up changing the schedule anyways. So having the ability to kind of like say, wait a second, this is not working is really big, right? That's again, performance art. You know, if you're sitting on stage as a musician and you're playing a song and something's not working, you know, you pivot live. Like when you're in a play and like somebody's phone goes off, you lean into it, you improv. And schedules remove my ability to improv as a creator. I can't wake up and say, actually, this is a way better decision. Let me do this today. Ooh, good idea. It's like, oh, well, frick. Good idea, but, you know, I can't do this today, right? This is H does abandoned. H does abandonment issues. Plus, I will say this. I think a part of it also has to do with just being confident in my content as well. I'm very confident in my show and what I bring to the table. And I started realizing that that confidence is a big part of, like, it's gonna sound like I'm gonna sound like an egotistical jerk, but my show's dope, and it doesn't matter what I'm doing, just tune in or don't. But my show's dope, so I don't really need to be scheduling stuff, because who cares? Am I here or am I not here? Period. And that's like what Fat Cat Plush was saying. Fat Cat Plush doesn't care what I'm playing, he just cares to know when I will be here. Period. And that is the luxury of me being the creator I am. I have success. I have a level of success that allows me to do what I want to do. And I feel like leaning into that is actually really smart. Like, I'm a legend. And I've hit a point in content creation that, like, I just do what I want. I could wake up and be like, we're cooking today. I could wake up and say we're playing this today. I could wake up and just sit and listen to music all day. I don't really need to be the kind of creator, because I build consistency through my atmosphere. I build consistency through my vibe, and I've built loyalty through consistency. People know that no matter how far away I deviate, I will always come back to our home. Animal Crossing, Stardew, and Zelda. I've built loyalty over 6 years that people know. No matter if I deviate for weeks, no matter if you show up and I'm playing Oblivion talking about fisting, you know that you will get a classic, comfortable, cozy Stardew Valley, Zelda, Animal, whatever experience you come here for. Through my vibes, through my music, through the community. I have so many other things that are consistent that I don't necessarily need the schedule to be that consistency anymore. I think as a new creator, you do. So this is me. This is a me thing. I think as a new creator, right, you have to focus on this kind of stuff. You have to, because you have to build that loyalty. You have to build that consistency. But like after 6 years, I feel pretty confident that I've built that. You know, I can play Fantasy Life for a week straight. Fantasy Wife? Yeah, I can play that new game called Fantasy Wife for a week straight, whatever that game is. Right? And then I can come back to Stardew and people are comfortable. People, oh, okay, cool, nice, Hylian's back. Right? Yo, thank you for the 1,300 bits. That was actually insanely generous of you. And thank you, Sam, for the gifted subscription to L Rob. Y'all have been very generous today. Thank you. Thank you again, Jelly, as well. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, so like in a lot of ways, like I think part of it has to do with that as well. Like I've entered, I told you at the beginning of the year, I've entered my follow my heart era. And I think it means removing the shackles that I put on myself for 5 years. The shackles of like a certain style of content creation that in some ways was essential to my growth, but in other ways is now shackling and holding me back. I really do feel confident in that. Right, like, and again, it's so deep and it's like a lot to talk about. So it's like I've already over talked a ton about this. Like a lot of people probably don't care, but it's truly that. Like this year I've really come to the conclusion. Like I understand how the flow of my show needs to go, and I've just realized, like, wait a second, I no longer need to adhere to the same rules that I once adhered to, and that I'm in an era where I can start creating new rules. So maybe the game might not be scheduled, but maybe as Fat Cat Plush requested, the day of the week is. Maybe you know what day I'm here, right? But maybe you don't know exactly what game I'm going to play, but you do know that when you show up, you're going to get me smiling, putting 100% of myself into the show. You're going to get my commentary and my humor and my attitude and my energy. You're going to get the atmosphere that I create to become a comfortably and calming place for you to relax through your workday. Or maybe I'm going to bring some nice energy because it's a Monday or a Friday to help you get through your week or get through that final push. Right? There's so many other ways as a creator to build consistency, you know, and I'm just in an era now where I've identified it's time to pivot. Right? I've identified that it's time for me to grow. And I think at a certain point, you don't want to keep doing the same thing you've been doing for 6 years. Right? Like, I think you want to grow. You want to grow. You, as a business, what is like business 101 out there, right? Business 101, you always have to be forever changing and growing and providing new value. Right? And like that's what it's about. It's like you need to grow. You don't just do the same thing constantly. You keep the roots, you build the foundation, but then you expand and you try new things and you push towards a new. Now maybe in 3 months, I'm going to go, actually, the schedule stuff was the worst idea and I need to go back to doing structured content. I don't know. In 3 months, if that's what I do, you can all call me out. I give you permission right now. You can all say, told you so, Hylian, nerd. Because it's all about trying new stuff. It's all about pursuing new heights. And this is just me doing another one of those wing flexes where I'm like, hey, let's try this out. Let's see what this is about. Thank you, Calico, for the 5 gifted subs. It's very kind of you, by the way. Thank you, Calico. How will you know it won't work until you try it? Right, exactly. In 3 years of subbing, I don't think I've ever looked at your schedule. I tune in. If I'm interested, I'm not. I stay. If not, I tune the channel. Yeah. I appreciate you, dude. Yeah. I think that's how I would prefer my show to be. Yeah, I realized over years, like I woke up one day going into this year and I was writing out my business plan for the year. Every year I write out a business plan. And I was looking at the business plan and I said, where is my show the weakest right now? And I said, I'm still I'm still under delivering and overselling. And I said, well, why do I feel that way? And I'm like, well, I schedule stuff and then I don't want to stick to that schedule. That's one of the reasons I feel that way. So then I said, okay, well then how could you solve that? What's the solution to a problem like that? So I started looking at other content creators around me and I said, okay, well, what does that creator do? What atmosphere is that creator created? And as I looked at a couple creators that were bigger than me and more successful than me, I noticed one thing in common with every single creator that was bigger than me and more successful than me. I noticed one thing in common. None of them had a game schedule. I looked at about 10 of them. 10 of my favorite content creators. All more successful than me by miles. Some of them a little closer. 10, 15 of them. Every single one of them had one thing in common. None of them had a game schedule. They did what they felt was right to do in the moment. They pivoted when they pivoted. They played what they felt was right to play. The real successful ones always came back to home base. Right? The real successful ones had a game or a vibe that they would come back to. RimWorld, Mario, ROM hacks, Zelda. They had a foundation. They always come back to it, but they don't have a game schedule. And I asked myself, why? Why don't they want to have a game schedule? Why would they not want to schedule their show? Doesn't that create a bad experience? People don't know what to expect. So then I dug a little deeper. And I realized that these creators were always pivoting at the drop of a dime. They would play 3 days of their home base game, and then a new game would come out and they were instantly the first to market playing it. Then they would play it for a couple days, either beat it or move on, go back to their home base. They go home base for a little bit, new game comes out, boom, boom, bam, boom, boom, zing. Maybe they start a new playthrough, maybe they go back to an old favorite and play it and do it a different way. But they were always forever growing and rotating. And I realized, wait a second, this is the secret. It's about providing an experience as a creator where you have the freedom to make the right decision every day. You wake up and you say, this is the right decision. This is what I should be doing. This is what my audience wants, or this is what I want, right? So it's really interesting, man, but it's cool. And for all my content creators out there that watch me, I wanted to take the time to share this because I think that sometimes talking about your creative process and how you go about things is some of the most insightful knowledge you can impart on aspiring creators. So there you go. That is why I made the decision that I made. I think as a smaller creator, you probably benefit off of scheduling more than not. But I think as you start to grow and as you build a confident audience, an audience that's confident in you, I think you can really start to pull away from that. And that's what I'm trying right now. That's what I'm testing right now. I'm trying something new out. Trying to see if I can grow. Thank you again, Calico. I appreciate you, man. You're the best, dude. Yeah, and enjoy that gifted fat cat plush. No worries, buddy. Just my way to say thanks for speaking up, because I really have been slipping with writing my days off down if I decide to take a day off. So I will do better there. Thank you for saying something, man. Feedback is so important, chat. I couldn't do this without feedback. So thank you, Mike Travis, as well, for taking the time to share your insight on it. And thank you to all the chatters who took the time to comment as well. Love Chloe Bear. I know you've been pretty adamant about sharing your thoughts today, and I appreciate you as well. And I'm gonna go ahead and hook up Fat Cat Plush with a 30-day VIP. I appreciate that sincerely. Enjoy. Yeah, thank you, Love Chloe. I appreciate you. Both of your comments, the one just now and the one before. Yeah, I appreciate you. What's up, Mike Travis? You're playing some Claire Obscura and making mac and cheese. Speaking of RPGs. Speaking of RPGs, man, Expedition 33 is an RPG that I would like to check out. We were talking about RPGs earlier. We were talking about RPGs and how I don't really play them often, but that's a game that I'm very interested in checking out. Every once in a while, I just get caught up in the industry hype, and that game just has so much industry hype behind it. It's really making me go, maybe it's time I break out of my shell and check it out. Now, the problem is that we have the Switch 2 coming out next week. So if I were to check that game out, it would be far well after the hype. Sorry, y'all. But maybe this summer. Yeah, I was gonna put them all out this week. Kulano Kid. I just haven't had a chance. But yeah, I can release them all over this next day or two. I can yeah, I'm trying to get them all released. I can only release up to episode 9, and then I have to do some actual editing. I've been lurking more, but you're probably excited I'm not in chat as much. Why would I be excited you're not in chat? Jelly Sally. Don't downplay yourself like that. You have wonderful energy, and I love having you in my chat. In fact, I feel your absence when you're not in the chat. because your specific energy and attitude is unlike anybody else's. And I quite enjoy engaging with you. I really do mean that. You know, jokes aside, I know you're being silly, but yeah, jokes aside, dude. Jelly Silly, you're one of my longest running viewers. You're a comforting reminder that I'm doing something right. Seeing you in my chat, it's one of the most comforting reminders that like there's people out there that have enjoyed my journey from the ups, downs, the ugly as well. So thank you. No, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for chatting. You're always welcome to come and chat. That doesn't mean you need to feel like you have to, though. You know, it's okay. If you're not here, that's cool too. I don't mind. You like the binge watch? Yeah, I understand. I'll do my best to get those out for you. Give me a little bit of patience, but I'll get those Zelda videos out ASAP. You have my word. I'll make it a priority, all right? Just give me a couple days here. It's Fantasy Life kind of ate my soul. And I definitely tuckered myself out this week. I wasn't doing much off stream. I'd end a stream and I was just tired. And it doesn't help that I'm trying to actually be a healthy human, right? So my life has been consisting of stream, walks, meal prepping, cleaning my house. You know what I mean? Like I got a lot going on. I got a relationship I'm trying to uphold. Unfortunately, my era of just streaming degenerately is over. And no longer do I have the luxury of just doing 12-hour streams and going to bed. If I do a 10-12 hour stream, I still have to go and walk and be healthy and exercise and eat right. You know, all that nonsense that nobody really should care about. Start a new Stardew playthrough, but I can't find my watering can anywhere. Wait, what? Check the Lost and Found. Check Mayor Lewis's Lost and Found, maybe. I want to be friends with you. Unfortunately, once you hit the age of 30, you no longer have the ability to earn new friends in life. And you're just stuck with the people you grew up with, or you're alone. That's kind of just the rules of the universe. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, like, that's just literally life. Yeah, sorry, man. I don't know how to make friends anymore. I lost that ability a long time ago. Now I'm just some dude. The ones that are there at 30 are gone by 40. Yeah, dude, unfortunately. Good God, chat, cheer up. I'm sorry, I'm just joking. No. We can all be friends. Friends, I say. What is being friends with Hylian Descent like? All right, well, I haven't messaged or called a friend in probably 6 years since I started streaming. They tried hanging out with me and messaging me and inviting me to stuff. And after turning them down like 20 or 30 times, they stopped sending me invites to stuff. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the friend. That's the Hylian Descent friend experience. The stupid flower dance. So his house is locked. My poor cat is thirsty. Hylian doesn't make friends. He gives out VIP. The joys of getting old. Yeah, you know I was joking. Yeah, I knew you were joking, but you should hear those things because I really meant what I said. I knew you were joking, but I really wanted you to hear that just in case. All right. I appreciate you. I saw somebody say Paper Mario walked so Clair Obscura could run, and it's so true. Yeah, because you can like It has Mario RPG Paper Mario vibes where you can like press A, you can do like active defenses and dodges and stuff. Is that it? Yeah. Oh, that sucks, Elrod. Oh, Bookworm. Appreciate you, the dedicated few. Just Ruby? It's like you know exactly what's going on. What the heck? Wait, we finished that quest, right? Yeah, we did. Dang, we cut down our whole tree farm and we never replanted. I must be thinking of the community farm. Rip. All right, let's go to Ginger Island and see what's going on there. You're welcome to come by the live stream and chat with me anytime, dude. You're welcome to come and chat with me anytime. You're always encouraged to come and say hello. There's got to be a happy medium balance. It's not like you're a 24-hour streamer. Yeah. I've been tired this week. I went, oh wait, I'm going to Ginger Island. I went a little extra hard on Fantasy Life, and I haven't built up a streamer tolerance for like multiple streams like that, because I just pretty much the marathon after the stream marathon, I wasn't doing like insanely long days. So this week it was a lot of like 6-hour nights of sleep, maybe like 7-hour nights of sleep, and a whole lot of Fantasy Life. So yesterday I crashed, dude. I was so tired. Yesterday I ended the stream and I just passed out for like 4 hours. I woke up, I played more Fantasy Life. And then I went back to bed. It was quite the week, man. It was quite the week, dude. And I kind of have another week like that on the way, because the week of the Switch 2 release. Switch 2 is going to come out, and I'm about to be here for like 12 hours a day every day. So I'm like, here we go. But I'm glad that I did that. I'm glad I built up some tolerance this week. So like this next week, I'm going to do a bunch of meal prep, and I'm going to get myself a bunch of like meal prep done and like easy food that I can cook out of the microwave, or like out of the freezer, I meant to say. So this whole week I'm meal prepping hard, because I want to, when the Switch 2 comes out, I just want to be able to sit here and only play the Switch 2 every day until my eyes bleed. That's just what I want to do. And I also want to still play other stuff. Like, I'm not done with Fantasy Life. So I'm just like, dude, I want to play Fantasy Life. I want to play more Dinkum. I want to play all the Switch 2 games. So like somebody was asking like, what are you doing for the Switch 2 release? Are you doing anything special? It's like, yeah, not turning my stream off. Yeah, that's what we're doing special for the Switch 2 release. Not turning my stream off. What Switch 2 games are you looking forward to the most? Mario Kart, Cyberpunk, Rune Factory. I want to check out a bunch of the free updates like Scarlet and Violet. I want to check out Wind Waker. So I'm just talking about the stuff that's coming out on release. There's so much stuff coming out on release, it's actually stupid. I think I want to start up a Hades 2 play save file again, but play it on my Switch instead, on the Switch 2. I think Hades 2 is announced for Switch 2 on release as well, right? Yeah, I got the Mario Kart bundle. Will we use channel points to get you to take a nap? That's a funny idea. It's cute. Yeah, Delta Rune. More Dink. Yeah, I want to play more Dink. So yeah, I think we'll probably just lean into comfort gaming this week and a bunch of fantasy life. And we'll lean into our comfort stuff, and then the Switch 2 week is gonna be like, so Switch 2 comes out Thursday. I don't get mine till Friday, so pretty much we'll be playing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all the way into the next week. And I'm just gonna be doing my best to showcase everything because I think people will just want to see stuff. So we'll probably just be doing our best to showcase everything we can. So we'll start off like playing a ton of Mario Kart. Then we're going to be jumping around, checking out all the different releases. Maybe not committing to full playthroughs, but just like checking stuff out, like the Zeldas. And just like seeing what everything looks like and just getting excited around all the releases. And then from there, we'll have to like commit and start actually like doing a couple playthroughs. But it'll be a lot of jumping around for sure, because like that's just right. There's a lot of stuff. I want to check a lot of stuff out. I did get my turtle mount. Yeah. So, but I think that first week will probably be a lot of Mario Kart, a lot of jumping around, and doing my best to kind of keep some of my favorite games around, like Dinkum, like I said. And Fantasy Life. How do you like Dinkum? Do you recommend it? Yeah, Dinkum's cool, man. Dinkum's super, super cool. And I think it's really slept on. So one of my favorite games, actually. I don't know like where I rank it or anything, but it's one of my favorite games. I've always loved Dinkum, and now that it's at 1.0 and we've been playing it again, it's really, really fun. Dinkum's a hard game to describe, but it's kind of like a life sim survival. It's like life simulation meets survival. So it's got like Animal Crossing, like Animal Crossing New Horizons, like building up a new world. You're building up a new town. You're inviting villagers to move in and building them houses and stuff. But then it also has like a survival side and a bunch of combat and like I don't know. Survival gets used so loosely nowadays. I don't think I'm doing that word justice. But like, yeah, a little bit of that. Can you disable the depth of field in Dinkum now? I'm not sure. That's a good question. I don't think I've messed around with that myself. Did you hear about Universal Epic Theme Park in Orlando? I did, and I want to go. Wouldn't that be such a cool way to meet with my audience? We all go to Orlando. Sick. Bum 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 bum. Boom, 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 boom. Dude, I watched a Twitch ad the other day, and I got an ad for the Stardew Symphony. Anybody else? Dude, I was watching Twitch, and I'm like, and an ad popped up, and I started hearing Stardew music, and I'm like, what's happening? And then there was a straight up ad for the Stardew Symphony. And it was like, it was playing this song like right here. And it was like, Stardew Symphony tickets on sale now. I'm like, dude, Eric Barone's made it, dude. He's got Twitch ads going. Like, I mean, I bet you they're all pretty cheap because Twitch is out here being weird, but still. Why don't I get ads? yeah. Why don't I? It's like, that's the ads you want. That's the ads we want, right?
I was was not interested in fantasy life at all, but watching you play it has made me wishlist it. HD stabby HD ship HD bongo tap HD.
Yo, what's up, Tater Tot? Thank you for 45, dude.
Gritty HD shock HD bong HD bongo
Alright, it's
tap
Monday.
HD bongo tap HD bongo tap.
Can't wait for my concert in October. Yeah, same. Ooh, nice. We got the speed boost. Bam, 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 bam. $147 a ticket. That is kind of a lot, frick. I don't remember what I paid. Thank you, Tater Tot. Thank you for 45, dude. Hope you're doing well. I never got to... Oh, I'm so jealous. I never got to go to Zelda Symphony. Oh. I hope that they do a tour again. Dang it. Another week. Another lack of legendary fish quest. Dang. This playthrough, we might have to start pivoting towards our Fields of Mystria playthrough. Take a breather from Stardew, come back for Expanded. I'm gonna be doing Stardew Expanded in the future. So Stardew content might take a little bit of a breather, but it'll come back. I can promise you that. Don't you know you're doing fish? Yeah. The longer this playthrough goes on, and the more often I don't get the quest I'm looking for, the less likely I am to continue it. I'm trying though. I like playing this game and I love chatting over it, so it's like it's fine. I'm not quite at the point where I'm pushed out yet, but it's a little sad actually. That's why I abandoned mine. I started a new playthrough again. Yeah. So I'm like, dude, I don't know. I've been hearing people are waiting for another Fields of Mystria update. The Fields of Mystria fans have been telling me to wait on that. They're like, there should be another update announced soon. It might be worth waiting again, right? So then at that point, we would maybe do a different farming sim. Dinkum kind of counts, to be honest. Which of the two switches are better, the regular or the one that comes with the code? I guess the one that comes with the code for the Switch 2, because you're getting the game for $50 instead of 80. So like if you plan on buying Mario Kart, you might as well just get the one. You're saving $30. So the Switch 2 with Mario Kart, you're saving $30 if you're gonna buy it anyways. If you're gonna buy Mario Kart. If you're not gonna buy Mario Kart, if you're not interested in Mario Kart, just go with the regular one. Does that make sense? Dude, that's sick. What's up, my back? Yeah, that's my take on it. So, but saving $30 is a pretty big deal. So the only other conversation to be had about this is physical versus digital. So if you go with the digital, the bundle, you're getting a digital copy of the game. But if you go buy the regular game, you're getting a physical, which matters. Yeah, Mad Feline. I don't blame you for that at all. I'm kind of over early access stuff as well, which is why I'm kind of waiting for Fields of Mystria, because I played it once already. I'm gonna get that playthrough going, by the way. I know somebody asked for it. But I kind of want to wait on Fields. I almost would rather go back to Story of Seasons: A Wonderful Life and Dinkum. Then we can play that for a couple weeks, and then we could just go back to Stardew and do Expanded. I really want to do a Stardew Expanded and maybe even 100% it, even though I keep seeing that 100%ing Expanded is just like a nightmare. I don't know why it's so bad. Let me look. 100% Stardew Valley Expanded checklist or requirements. Let's see. This is from 3 years ago. This isn't going to help us. You must complete all the new items to count towards completion, all the extra fish, all the recipes, all the extra friendships, all the extra items shipped, and all the extra craftables. Okay, this one's from 2 years ago. This person created a checklist 2 years ago. Let's see what it looks like real quick. It was updated May 2025. Yeah, I wonder how much more of a dedication it is to 100% expanded. Everything I read about it makes it sound like it's like a massive endeavor. Like it's way worse than regular Stardew. Yo, Arya Vex, I appreciate you. My son wants the regular one and to buy the game too. Yeah, you might just want to get the bundle unless your son wants a physical copy, right? Luma Life. I haven't played Luma. I've heard good things though, but I haven't. Yeah, I also wonder that, Furu. Part of me feels like it was Fantasy Life that pulled out, because originally Fantasy Life was supposed to be exclusive to Switch, and then they changed it up. Part of me feels like it was actually Level 5 who pulled out, because I think my theory is that Level 5 realized just how limiting that is for sales, and there's so many examples of it all over the industry where like a game only comes out on one console and it just gets obliterated in sales. Like even Final Fantasy, the second installment of Final Fantasy VII Remake, like very undersold because it was only on PlayStation 5, as well as being a sequel, and sequels always undersell. So yeah, I have a feeling that Level 5 was the one who backed out. I think so. I think Level 5 was like, actually Nintendo, nah, we're not doing this. But maybe, like you said, maybe not. Right? Maybe Nintendo was the one who did and now they regret. Yeah. I went and bought a copy of OG Fantasy Life. I totally didn't download it on my homebrew Switch. Totally didn't do that. A totally legitimate copy of Fantasy Life 3DS. We like that. We absolutely love that. No Pirateer. Yeah, some even say Final Fantasy VII Rebirth could have won Game of the Year if it wasn't exclusive. Yeah. So I really do feel like my heart tells me Level 5 was like, never mind, but you know, you're like you said, who knows? Either way, somebody regrets, I bet. Either way, Nintendo is regretting, in my opinion, no matter what. Whether it was their decision or not, they're regretting not giving enough money, I bet. Because, you know, it usually comes down to money and deals, right? So, like, maybe Level 5 was like, actually, we're going to need more compensation, and Nintendo was like, not worth it. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, what's up, Rock Socks? It wouldn't be the first time that Nintendo turned down a company that was asking for more money and then regretted it. Looking at you, Rare. Imagine what the negotiations for Rare was back in the day. Imagine that. Imagine Rare was like, we want more money, and Nintendo said no. And look at them now. Like, what do you... Just give them the money, Nintendo. You freaking goons. Has anybody played Kingdom Hearts version on Switch? I think it's cloud-based. Unfortunately. So I haven't played it myself, but I think so. I think the Kingdom Hearts stuff is cloud-based on the Switch. It is, and it confused me. Yeah. Cloud stuff is weird. Final Fantasy VII and cloud-based. It did win some awards. Yeah, it did win some awards, right? Very interesting conversation, though. As far as, like, should games be exclusive or not? Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna, I'm so bummed Fantasy Life was digital only. What the heck? Yeah, what's up, Johnny Slime? I know, it's a little frustrating. I know a lot of people like their physical games. Now, you can buy the Japanese version, and since the Switch is not region locked, you can play it on your Switch. And there's even language options. But for those interested, GameStop will have Switch 2s for pre-order on the 4th at 3 p.m. to be picked up at 11 p.m. I saw it on YouTube and went to my local GameStop and asked. I'm going to call my local GameStop and ask as well, because I'm still kind of trying to get a Switch for midnight release on the 4th. I'm still trying. It's like like Walmart already took my money. I've already paid for one Switch 2, but it's like, am I willing to buy a second Switch 2 just so I could play it a day in advance? And of course I could do a giveaway or something, which is cool too. And that's like the whole thing now, is like, am I willing to drop another $500,000 just so I can play Mario Kart one more day in advance? It's like, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's tough. It's super, super tough. So I'm gonna call my GameStop and see what's up and see if I can get in there. See if I can get in there and maybe pick one up for midnight. Hi, that's me. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I can pull it off. So that means that on the 4th, I would have to end my stream early, or, you know, just on time, because, you know, 6 hours puts me at 2 p.m. Then show up to GameStop. If they're doing it this way at my store, we'll see. Get the pre-order, and then go back at midnight release. I also heard that you can just show up at midnight and buy one in physical stock. I don't know if that's true. So it's, I don't know exactly what to expect, but it's 700 Canadian. Oof. Yo, what's up, Lemons? No, you can't this time around. Okay, so they are saying you have to show up at 3 and pre-order it. They're not gonna let people just show up at midnight to buy it. Okay, that's good to know. I'll still call and check mine, but yeah. So sounds like the plan would be, I like that personally. And the reason I like that personally, because 3 p.m. is a really good time of the day for me to go do stuff, because my stream's already been around for 6 hours. Like, that's fine with me. I could end my stream a little early and go straight to the GameStop and just stand around and wait till 3. Try to get myself another order. Yeah, so I'm thinking about doing, because I don't mind doing a giveaway, you know? I usually try to do one real big giveaway a year. Last year we did the Lego sets. We gave away the Deku Tree Lego set. So like, I really, really would love to be able to do a giveaway. So part of me is like, having 2 Switches could be cool. I would love to do a giveaway for y'all. It'd be super cool. Now, the other option instead of doing a giveaway is to reach out to somebody who was unfortunate enough to not get one and just let them buy it from me for retail price. Oof, Sam, that sucks. So like, we could always just do that. We could always just hook up one unfortunate soul with a copy of a Switch. I just had 5 empty pizza rolls that were just dough in a row. I picked the wrong bag. That sucks. There's nothing worse. Oh, Toad. I still gotta send you that stuff. I haven't been doing the post office stuff like I should. I'll reach out to you. We'll get that figured out. Yo, what's up, Gingy Ginger? You got multiplayer unlocked? Dude, sick. I saw you in the Fantasy Life channel in the Discord. Very nice. Dude, I'm happy you're playing, dude. We got a jam together. Took longer than I thought. It is. It is like 100. It is like, what, 4 hours of gameplay? It takes a bit. The beginning of Fantasy Life's a little slow, especially if you're actually engaging with the story. I will say that's one of the game's weakest points, in fact. Is they front load with a lot of information and the stories kind of drags at first, but I liked it. My friends have games called Guns, Gore, and Cannoli, and I'm like, what? I recently watched an interview that Concerned Ape did, a podcast. If you could add or change anything to Vanilla Stardew, what would it be? Oh, you're asking me? To be able to date Robin. Oh! I don't know. I personally think Stardew Valley vanilla is perfect. I don't have an answer. I'm gonna opt out of this one. Yeah. I think the beginning of Stardew is perfect. I think Stardew it edges towards a perfect video game in a lot of ways. And I personally think that the beginning of Stardew doesn't need any. I don't think vanilla. Sorry, not the beginning, but I meant to say vanilla. I think vanilla Stardew Valley is perfectly presented and it doesn't need anything at all. I don't have a single wish list item for vanilla Stardew Valley. I don't have a single wish list item for the game. I think it's literally perfect. Now, perfect is I'm using loosely, but it's as close to perfect as you can get. That's what we'll say. I think it's as close to perfect as you could probably get. Why don't you say that? That's one of the things Concerned Ape said. He said he wish he would have added to the game was the ability to ruin marriages in the game. Yeah, like having the ability to do like rival relationships would be kind of cool because they've done that in older games. I guess it would be kind of cool to have your kids actually grow up. But I don't really care about that, but that would be cool. It would be cool if your kids actually grew up. And like, I don't know, maybe there's like a storyline there or something. Yeah, exactly, Gingy, same. What are your thoughts on games not being actual physical? I think it's a crying shame. I think the lack of physical games and the end of the physical gaming era blows. And it's just unfortunate because this has been like this for a long time. Nintendo's getting the light shined on them right now, but PlayStation 4 had games come out that were literally 95% downloaded, 5% on the disc. The Xbox One had literal games that came out that were 95% download, 5% on the disc. So Nintendo stepping into that world is no different. This has been going on for a very long time. And I think it's an absolute shame. I think the lack of control that we have as gamers and as entertainment connoisseurs in general is a nightmare. I think that there's not enough legislation that is actually protecting us consumers from being taken advantage of every single one of these media outlets, gaming, movies, TVs, everything combined. I think it's a literal nightmare. And it's honestly one of the worst things that could happen in the entertainment. And because entertainment is just considered extra in life, we're not getting enough people to support this. We're being literally taken advantage of by game companies. We're being taken advantage of by TV companies. We're being taken advantage of by movie companies. And we don't own anything. And it's actually really terrible. It's actually really bad. But I'm not here to talk about the obvious negatives in life. So I don't normally share these types of thoughts because I'm here to relax and hang out. I think there's plenty of content and places out there for you to go read about all of the shit. You come here to relax and hang out. So, but to answer your question, that's what I think. I think it's all pretty bad. So, yep. I think it's pretty bad. It's all pretty terrible. But I just don't think about it. I just live my life and hope that things get better. I literally just don't even think about it. Because why would I sit here and stress about stuff that is out of my control? You know, every once in a while, I contact my state legislation and I tell them to fight for my rights. And then that's all I can do. Every once in a while, I'll get on the phone with my Senate, or I'll leave a message or I'll leave an email that says, please, I've done this 3 times over the past 6 years. Please fight for our rights. We're getting taken advantage of as consumers. These game companies are literally ripping stuff out of our hands. Please help. What else can I do? I just go back and play more video games. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and like stress about it. Why would I let something like that ruin my day, man? Life's too short. Life is far too short, you know? You just live your life, dude. This is what it is. I didn't want to stir any pots. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Believe me, Jeff Era, I wouldn't have answered if I didn't want to answer. Your question was totally chill. I could have ignored it. And I would have if I wanted to. Yeah, you're good. But sometimes it's important in my position to take back, to open up the fourth wall and to like share a real opinion, because that's what people are here for. People like my real down to earth self. So I don't mind at all. I like an opportunity to get real. Yeah. And I will totally have that conversation when the time and the place is to have it. I just don't focus on that kind of stuff on my show. So I just wanted to say that, like, if you're ever wondering why I don't share these types of thoughts, it's because there's a time and a place. And it's not quite my show. But yeah, every once in a while, it is nice to kind of air out my true feelings about that stuff. And the digital era is coming fast, and I'm not ready, and I'm not happy. I'm scared. I'm scared that in 20 years, the hundreds of dollars of digital games I bought for my Switch are not going to be accessible. I just don't really think about it. I just kind of try to put my head in the sand about it. Like, just literally put my head in the sand. I'm just like, whatever, man. That's why I'm buying Cyberpunk 2077. I'm not even sure I'm gonna play Cyberpunk 2077. I mean, I'm pretty sure I am, but you know the reason I'm buying Cyberpunk 2077 is because they're the one third-party company that's putting the full game on the cartridge. So they deserve my money. So I'm gonna buy it, and I'm gonna put it on my shelf, and I might play it because they deserve my money. Because they're willing to do what it takes to spend the extra money to put their game on the cartridge. So I'm buying the game, right? So like, yeah, like I think about this stuff. I do what I can, and I spend money where I can to kind of benefit that kind of stuff here and there. But at the end of the day, like we can't, it's real hard to battle the current ushering era because convenience is king, man. And there's a lot of people out there that don't have the time to think about anything but convenience. You know, I've I've come to that conclusion a long time ago. Joe, Sally, and Bill, who work 60 hours a week and have 4 kids, are never going to change their gaming habits. So I'm not going to sit here and stress myself out about trying to change the world because of the amount of Joe, Sallys, and Bills out there. These are people who are way too busy, who have way more responsibilities, and who live probably way more full lives. And on Friday night, they just want to buy a game for $60 digitally and play it and give it money if it's a microtransaction game and play it for free. See, these people, there's so many of them that they will always outweigh the me people who like care about physical media. So like it sounds defeatist, but it's not. It's just I'm realist and I've identified that I am the lowest common denominator. Words, denominator, whatever. So because of that, I'm not going to stress about it. Now, there's a difference between giving up and not stressing. I haven't given up. I just said I've actually contacted my Senate multiple times about this. But I don't stress. I live my life full and happy, and I have a smile on my face. I'm not going to stress about it. But I'll do what I can. I'll buy a game to support the right company. I'll try to support indie companies. I'll try to support companies doing the right thing. You know, what else can you do? I'm not going to sit here and like change my whole life over it. Like, I don't care like that. Like, it's like whatever, you know? What's your take on bricking systems? I don't care. Yeah, you know? All that stuff has been around for a long time, so Nintendo doing it doesn't change my mind about it, you know? Yeah, that's just another example of if I didn't care about it when Xbox and PlayStation did it, why would I care about it when Nintendo's doing it? If I truly cared about a company being able to dictate and brick my system, then I would have stopped gaming like 15 years ago. If I really cared about a company having control over my physical device, I wouldn't have bought a cell phone. I would have, if I really cared about this stuff, I would be using a Nokia flip phone and I would be playing Nintendo GameCube games for a living. So if I didn't care when they started doing this stuff, then why would I start caring now? Yeah, like who cares? You know, I'm just living my life, man. I'm not one to virtue signal, and I'm not one to pretend that things aren't happening that are happening, or the other way around, you know? Yeah, I'm just... Maybe the rampant cheating in lobbies will chill out. Yeah. The quantum era will change all that. The quantum era is interesting. Should I be worried? No. You should be worried if you are modding your console. That's when you should be worried. If you are going to mod your console, and then yes, because modding a console breaks the terms of service, as it has literally for 25 years. And anytime you take a device and you jailbreak it, you are going against the terms of service of the device you purchased. Therefore, bad stuff can happen to you and your device. It's been this way since the PlayStation 3 came out. They said, don't tamper with our stuff, and if you do, you might get in trouble. Yeah. You know? That's like ripping off the sticker on the bed that where they says don't take off the sticker off your bed. You know? Just leave the sticker or don't, you know? Anti-piracy, really? You guys been watching my Skyward Sword playthrough and it's gold? Dude, I love, dude, Google Eyes, Zelda's father. That dude was scary looking. Yeah, Zelda's father is terrifying in that game, dude. Dude, I'm glad you're enjoying the Skyward Sword playthrough. I got fantasy with your help. Great choice. Family Diet. Isn't Fantasy Life literally so good? Oh. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If you're doing illegal stuff and you get caught, then you might get bricked. If you're worried you're going to get bricked, don't do illegal stuff. Right? Now, if the conversation is, do I think it's okay that Nintendo's willing to do that? Well, that's a conversation I'm not having right now. And that's a deep and arduous conversation. Right? Like, so there is still a conversation to be had about that. Like, do I think it's okay for companies to be doing this? Well, I don't know. I don't want to talk about that. That's weird and that's deep and that goes in a completely different direction. And, you know, I don't want to talk about that. Like, I don't know, right? Like, should a company be able to do that? I don't know. There's definitely a legal conversation to have about, again, like actually owning the stuff that you purchase, right? Like, if I buy a hammer from Home Depot and then they brick my hammer, right? Like, that's where the conversation goes, right? It's like, if I buy a tool from Home Depot, but then they don't like the way that I'm using the hammer that I purchased, should they be able to take the hammer back from me? Well, my answer to that is no, because once I purchase a tool, it's mine. I own it. Get off my back. If I buy a lawnmower and I convert it into a Mario Kart and ride around my backyard, that's my business. I bought that lawnmower. Peace. So yeah, there is like a super thick conversation to be had about like your rights with something that you purchased. But it's such a deep convo, it's not worth having at the moment. But you know, maybe one day we will. It's bad for the brand if you use the hammer for murdering. I can't imagine much piracy you can do with the hammer. What if I use the hammer to make more hammers and then put their sticker on it and then sell the hammers as if it's that company? What? What if I use the hammer to make more hammers and then start my own business selling hammers, and it all started with the hammer that I purchased? Is that against the rules? Make a hammer mold? I had to sub for that. Yo, thank you for the sub, Alfie. Thank you, man. Sounds like it's hammer time. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I'm joking, but like, Daz is still right though. It comes down to piracy, and again, that's why the conversation's so deep. It comes down to what the technology allows you to do, and yada 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 yada. Yeah. So, yo, dude, thank you so much for the tier 1, homie. Easy says, getting close to the end of Fantasy Life. It has this weird arc where I'm 15 hours in, feeling like things have slowed down to where I can focus on one thing at a time. I agree with that. I just gave somebody that advice in the Discord last night. They were like, I feel overwhelmed. What should I do? You know what I said? Just focus on the story. If you're feeling overwhelmed in Fantasy Life, just focus on the story, because the story will kind of push you along to a point to where you feel good and comfortable about playing the game the way you want. Just go through the story, man, and then that'll kind of help you kind of like get to that point that Easy just described, where you can focus on one thing. But if you're trying to do everything while you have the story going on, it kind of does feel like it's an overwhelming experience at that point. Jeff Era, that's funny. I did miss a comment that I wanted to read here. Hold on. Let me see here. Where's that comment at? Yo, good to see you, by the way, Top Cat. And I appreciate you coming in and asking, man. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Hopefully I gave you a decent answer, right? Yeah, like I said, I don't mind talking about this kind of stuff at all. especially when I'm not doing anything. And after playing a video game for a week straight on stream, it's kind of nice to just sit here and chat with y'all for a little bit. We have been like really focusing on gaming, so it's nice to kind of sit back and like relax a little bit and just chat with y'all for a minute here. We haven't done a ton of this week. I always make the argument, if you buy a book, use it as decoration instead of reading it. It's your book. Just because you don't want to use it as intended. Yeah, right. And then again, it goes so far into like, but like if you use that book and then copied all the pages and made reproductions of it to give to people so they could read it for free, at that point, did you just cross the line? And should they have the right to take that book back from you? Right? Because that's essentially what Nintendo's trying to prevent. They're trying to prevent the illegal acquisition of their games, and modding consoles allows that to happen easier. So like that's the problem. The problem is that it's not just people modding the console and doing what they want with it. That act of modding leads towards potential piracy. So then the conversation goes, should that potential piracy, so let's go back to the book, should the potential of me being able to copy and give away copies of the book stop me from having complete ownership of it? Well, most of us say no. Screw you. Get over yourself. Most of us aren't going to be doing illegal things with our console. A lot of us just want to mod our console, make it run better, make our personal copies of our games so we can preserve our stuff, right? A lot of us, we just want to do preservation. A lot of people just want to mod consoles for preservation. But because there's a few people that want to do bad things with it, should we be punished? That's the problem now, isn't it? That's the problem. It's like, should we be punished? Should they be able to defend themselves from the few bad eggs while punishing those who just want to have preservation? And this is the whole evolving conversation. It's like, well, rough. So Nintendo does a terrible job making stuff available. So in a lot of ways, if I don't make a point to preserve content, it might literally disappear. So like, it sucks. It's like, I think, so like, you know, one of my opinions is that the company should be upheld to a standard. Like, one of my personal opinions, and this is what I said to my Senate, we should be able to legally hold the company accountable for making sure games we purchase digitally are available forever, or there should be a set amount of years it has to be available for after its release. There should be a legal law that says when a digital game gets released, you should have access to playing it no matter what for 50 years. Mic drop. Now that is what should be happening, because then people wouldn't care as much about all this stuff. We should have the right to access our games for as long as possible, and there should be a law in place that makes this happen. But we don't have any of that right now. We have no protection as consumers, and it sucks because they can just rip a game out of our hands and it's literally gone. And we bought that game. We spent money on that game. And that's where, like, this is where like modding comes into play, because like if you mod a console, you could take that digital game, you could move it over to your PC, you could preserve it. So yeah, it's just such a heavy conversation. There's a lot that goes into it, right? Yeah, Rock Socks, exactly. I just asked a question for your reaction. Sippy said you don't care about game devs being able to brick systems. The question was for you to take on all game devs doing it. Yeah, right. And it's like, I don't necessarily care about game devs defending themselves. I think if you wanted to have a fair conversation, I think that developers should have the ability to defend themselves from piracy. and they should have the ability to potentially punish people who do something legally wrong with their consoles. But I think being able to go as far as like bricking a device, I go back to the conversation about the lawnmower, right? Like if I used my lawnmower that I bought to like ruin my neighbor's grass, should you be able to brick my lawnmower? I know this is like a rough metaphor, but like you get what I'm saying. Like if I buy a lawnmower and then I use it to destroy my neighbor's grass out of spite, should you, the company, be able to say, actually, you're using our device wrong, and now your lawnmower that you spent $500 on is bricked and you can no longer use it? You see, that's like, I don't like that. So while I do think companies should be able to defend themselves, I do think the idea that you can brick something that I spent money on sucks. And there has to be a better way that they could go about that. And that's where the law has to come into place. That's where our government has to come in and say, whoa, 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 there's a better way to do this. Right? It's a slippery slope. Exactly. And the slippery slope gets slippier. It doesn't get less slippy. That's the thing. That's the whole concept of the slippery slope. Is it just gets slippier and slipperier until we don't have any autonomy or any control over our games, right? And it's like, so I don't like the slippy slope. I don't like that. I don't like the idea that we're going in this direction. I really do think it needs to be pulled back. And we need to take another look at things legally and say, okay, what's really going on here? What's up, Drowsy? Hey, are you enjoying your fantasy life journey so far? We took a little breather today, but I promise you it's still on my mind. How does Nintendo punish people who jailbreak? How do they find out, and what's the consequence? Well, we don't really know. What we're talking about is inside of Nintendo's rules, their EULA, they basically said that they could make your console not function anymore. That they have the right to do that. You're trying out Magician? Nice. I was playing some Magician last night. And as far as like how they find out, it comes down to like being able to spy on your device. Something along that line, right? Hylian is the perfect example of why influencer marketing works. You think so? Dude, it's funny because I don't know, that makes me smile. It feels like I smile less about the fact that I get people to buy games, and I smile more about the fact that people respect my word enough to make a decision based potentially off of my interactions with something. There's a lot of real respect there. I think that's special. That's why I'm very cautious about giving game recommendations, and that's why I navigate that conversation, because I want to protect all of your wallets, and I want to make sure that I don't ever tarnish my word to all of you. And that's why I'm very picky about the sponsorships I take, and I'm very picky about giving game recommendations solidly. I like to talk about it and give a bunch of extra words, because I really love that there's people out there that respect and appreciate my interactions, and they can utilize those to help better make decisions for themselves. That's really cool. And it's like super special for me as a creator. So yeah, I like that. I like those interactions. And again, it's not because like, oh, look at the power or whatever. It really does come down to feeling like I'm respected in my field. In this case being content creation and games. Yeah. It's cool. Yo, appreciate you, Seta B. Yeah, no worries. I'm still on my tailor grind. I need you to make me some outfits, man. Recommending games is a hard thing to do. Someone who thinks about the audience because games are art, which means they're subjective. Whatever you like doesn't mean what someone else likes, right? And I think that people should respect. It's the Spider-Man meme, right? It's the Spider-Man meme. It's with great power comes great responsibility. And I think that in my position, there's a responsibility to protect the people who come into your chat looking for advice on how to buy a game. And that's why I'll spend a week answering questions over and over again. Because I take that responsibility very seriously. Pridefully. Because I want to make sure that everyone that walks in my front door is getting that proper interaction and that they're getting the respect they deserve for their wallet and they're not just getting a loose, oh yeah, it's great, go buy it. Like, no, slow down. Even if I was getting paid to play a game, I would still make it super clear that I was biased. Piracy, if anything, is fringe until the price greatly outweighs the value. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a really good way to... I never really thought about that, yeah. Blacksmiths make armor too. What kind of armor can a blacksmith make? Let's go, baby. My hunter, cook, and farmer needs gear. Highlight equals truly good boy. I've always believed that there's a certain level of responsibility when you become in the public eye. I've always felt that way. I've actually had deep conversations about this with people, specifically with art, and if artists should be held to standards because of their place in the public eye and stuff like that. I've had deep conversations about that stuff. Like an example is like, is a musician supposed to be held up to a certain standard because of their place in the public eye? Like if a musician puts out a song that influences kids to do bad things, is that the fault of the parent, the kid, or the musician? And how does that conversation go? Now that has nothing to do with me and my show, but still, it's the same concept. I've always felt like that it should be thought about. It should be thought about. It should be thought about when you're out here and interacting with people. You should think about that. You don't have to. You can do whatever you want with your art. But I think that we would all be better off if people thought about this a little more. I don't know. Maybe not. You know, who knows? I'm just a guy behind the computer screen, really. Yeah, exactly, Dab Baby, right? So I just feel like as a content creator, I really try to make sure that I'm doing right by the people who choose to call my community home and the people who choose to click in here and come watch my show. I want to do right by you. You have chose to watch my content. You are supporting me through viewership. Therefore, I want to make sure that you are taken care of. And that's the least I could do for your support. It's not virtue signaling. Like that is, for me, that is the base. That's base. That's like, of course. Why would you not do that? You know what I mean? Like, for me, it's like almost like it makes too much sense. It's not even about doing the right or wrong thing. It's just like, okay, I'm going to give back to these people the value I can provide. And in this case, you know, it's having honest takes about the games I'm playing. Yo, appreciate you, Sushi. Thank you for popping in today. Yeah, I appreciate that, Top Cat. Yeah, that's my goal. And that's why I've leaned into that side of content creation. I think as I slowly evolve as a creator, one of the niches that I want to lean into is providing the best advice in gaming. I want to be the dude, if a game is coming out that I'm playing, this is the place to get your advice on if you want to buy it. That's something I want to like lean into. I want to lean into that. I want to provide content on the internet that you can get the most unbiased, cleanest, most grounded takes for you to figure out if a game is for you, if you should spend your money on it. Because I feel like there's just not quite enough out there. You know, there's all this rage bait, and people are just trying to rush to get first to market so they can get as many clicks and make money, where I'm here for the long term. I'm not going to put a game review out until I put 50 hours into it. I don't care if it takes me a month. I don't care if I miss the whole party bus. Because when I put that game review out, I want that review to be super solid, and I want it to be as grounded as possible. There's a guy on the internet that does, like, what is he, like the 100-hour game reviewer or something? And he doesn't put game reviews out unless he like plays it for 100 hours or something crazy like that. Isn't there some guy like that on YouTube that does that? Super inspirational guy. I can't remember exactly the name of the YouTube channel, but he's super sick. And like they do game reviews, but only after they play it, like beat the whole game or do 100 hours of gameplay or something. And it's like, yeah, like that's what I'm talking about. That's a true game review. What's your favorite food? Lasagna. But don't call me Garfield. Oh yeah, you gotta bounce around with game reviews. If I'm gonna buy a game based off of reviews, I'm usually watching like 3 or 4. For sure. I'm gonna get a couple takes and then make my own decision. For sure. No, we'll play more Fantasy Life. Fantasy Life's far from done. We just took a break today. Yes, that guy. Mortis Mall. They only review games after they 100% it. Yes, dude. That is what I'm talking about. That is the best, dude. That is the best. That's what it's all about. Only reviewing after you've completed the game. I don't think every game needs that to get a review, but I do respect his grind. Yeah, I do respect his grind. You know, not every game needs to be played for 100% to put a review out, but I respect his grind. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Fantasy Life is not gone. I should have put it in my title today. I really should have. Just to let people know, like, yo, we're not done with Fantasy Life. I know my audience, and I wanted to take a little bit of a breather today and just make sure that, you know, we centered ourselves. We'll dive into. Honestly, I was thinking about playing right now, but on that note, I'm actually going to pull out today. And I know that sucks because this is the earliest I've wrapped up a stream in a long time. What happened? Did Stardew Valley just crash? I think Stardew just crashed, but how's it on the back? Oh, wait, I'm playing on Nintendo Switch. I'm not playing on PC. Dude, I'm so confused today. Yeah, I'm pulling out today. I'm a little tired today, and I woke up not feeling too well. Now, a baby's got to do what a baby's got to do. And I wanted to show up and be here with all of you regardless. Because that's what you do, baby. Because even if I only got 30%, you can have the 30%. That's the value exchange in this community. But I really just am not really quite feeling like myself today. And the day certainly hasn't made it easier. Tech issues. We lost our community farm. I want to hit the reset today. So I gave y'all the 4. My minimum is 4 hours. My minimum as a creator, I'm always going to give you the 4 at least. All right, that's the value exchange here. Let me go ahead and check something real quick. Let me see something real quick. What happens if I load this up? Boom. Whoa, how do I pause this? Yo, Dazabound, it worked. So the bug happened again? And I loaded up the 4K capture utility and it fixed itself. What is up with this weird bug? But now we know during the Switch 2 we have a fix, so we're fine. Weird. Do you think those that review video games so often actually manage to enjoy the game? There's no way, right, Diego? There is absolutely no way that that you are able to enjoy every game you play if you're pumping out game reviews for breakfast. I don't think so. I really don't think so. I've seen the game industry, I've seen the gaming news industry, and I think it's filled with a bunch of burnt out gamers who are literally playing games because they have to and not because they want to. Mic drop. Nah, son, I don't think they can. I don't think they can keep up. All right, I'm gonna go and release another episode of Fantasy Life right now for those that haven't been able to keep up. I'm gonna go and release another episode of Fantasy Life now. So episode 6, thank you so much for coming out and supporting today, fam. We're gonna go do a raid, all right? So grab yourself a raid message, and let's go do a raid. Again, my shortest stream is always 4 hours. All right, I like to do 4-hour broadcast at least, and that's what today is. I'm offering you the 4 minimum. Thank you for understanding. We'll see how I feel about a night stream today maybe, but I'll probably just take the day to catch up and take a breath so that we can dive into more content next week. More Fantasy Life. I'm probably going to play Fantasy Life tomorrow morning. All right, so if for those of you that looking forward to it, probably tomorrow morning for the Monday morning show. We'll see how I'm vibing. We'll see how I'm feeling. Let's go ahead and drop a raid though, and let's get out of here. I feel like raiding today here, and we'll go drop some love off to another individual who's out here streaming content. And I'm gonna go drop you off to another creator who's doing Fantasy Life, who one of my favorite creators, mind you. They go by the name of Simply Press Start, and they are apparently in early game, and there's mild spoils. So we're gonna go drop a raid off to Simply Press Start, who's again also playing Fantasy Life. This is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyro Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow for the Monday morning show, the best way to start your week right here, twitch.tv/Highly in Descent. I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. We're locking it in, fam. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. Until next time, Highly in Descent, signing off. Peace. And hit them cat jams, baby. Peace.